the emergency response plan. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery, please take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk, who's me, to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or me, the meeting clerk, during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or me, the meeting clerk, if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional lands of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I just want to take a personal moment too to highlight that, you know, the land acknowledgement is always a reminder and a grounding before we begin meetings. And as I've been thinking about the meeting today, talking about arts, heritage, and culture, and connections and exchanges, I also want to recognize the role that these sectors play in reconciliation and the advancements that they have made in reconciliation, and know that today we'll probably ground ourselves in how we can further that through our shared understanding of this land and our obligation to this land. So thank you. I'll do a roll call now of committee members. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And I don't have any other council colleagues joining in chambers, but I'll just check quickly to see if we have any others online. Oh, sorry, I see Mayor Sohi is also joining us.
Good morning.
Is also a committee member. I apologize for not.
No worries. No worries.
And then let's look down. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And I see Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And that is the members of council that are joining us at this time. So I will start with the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Salvador.
Yep, I will move adoption of the agenda as presented.
Any questions or changes? Please vote. Sorry, I actually did have a question. Adoption of the agenda. So to hold off on the vote. Did we, as a committee, recognizing we only have speakers on item 7.2, did we want to make the set of, and would that be appropriate at the agenda time to say first order of business? Sorry. I forgot that this was the point at which we should do that. So could I move an amendment to make 7.2 first item of business?
My mistake. Oh, we can adopt first and then.
Okay, so it was, okay, thank you. So please vote, apologize.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Okay, and then approval of the minutes.
I'll move approval of the minutes from the June 2nd, 2025 Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
Any errors or omissions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. I do not have any protocol items today. And now we will move on to selecting items for debate. I'll look to my colleague. I would like to select item 7.1 for sure.
7.2, please.
Okay. And there are no other motions, there's no,
Is 7-2 selected, Councillor Rutherford?
pardon?
7-2 selected?
Yep, Counselor
Okay,
Sapper
got it.
selected 7-2, and then I selected 7-1. And there are no other reports not selected for voting purposes, so we will move to request to speak.
Yeah, I'll move that. The Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For 7.2, Connections and Exchanges Annual Update, Michael Forstier from Arts Habitat Edmonton remote, and Harley Howard Morrison in person.
Please vote on hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. And then this is where I would say, I think we should move, my suggestion would be to move a motion to bring item 7.2 as first item of business, simply because there's speakers on it. As much as I really think that people should listen to how much we talk about snow clearing in this chamber hall, I want to be respectful of their time. So I'll move that 7.2 be first item of business. Any questions on the motion on the floor? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. I did not receive any notification of any council inquiries. No council inquiries. There are no reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. There are no reports requesting rescheduling. No unfinished business. And so we are on to public reports. And as we just moved the motion, we will be starting with item 7.2 as our first item of business. So could the delegation for 7.2 please come down and start with your presentation whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Joining me today is Roger Jevney online. He's a Branch Manager of Community Recreation and Culture, and with me in chambers is Nicole Poirier, Director of Civic Events and Festivals. Also joining us to present on behalf of each of their organizations and available to answer any questions you may have are from the Edmonton Arts Council, Renee Williams, the Executive Director, Shirley Comden, Associate Executive Director, both David Turnbull, Director of Public Art, and Abby Borbank, Research Analyst, will be available for questions only. From the Edmonton Heritage Council, we've got David Ridley, the Executive Director, and Kyla Fisher, Partnerships and Investments Manager. And from Arts Habitat Edmonton, Al Chapman, the Executive Director, and Eric Estrada, Board Treasurer. Today's information report provides the annual update on the progress of Connections and Exchanges, a 10-year plan to transform arts and heritage in Edmonton. The plan promotes Edmonton as an arts, heritage, and cultural centre and encourages recreational, cultural, and artistic opportunities for all residents. As of 2024, the plan was at its midpoint. Of the 55 actions identified within the plan, 45 of the actions are in progress, completed, and/or integrated into the organization's operations on an ongoing basis. The 3 organizations responsible for the creation and delivery of the plan have prepared short presentations for you today. The Edmonton Arts Council will present first, followed by the Edmonton Heritage Council, and then Arts Habitat Edmonton. Following the presentations, they will be happy to answer any questions you may have, and after that, administration is also available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the introduction, Jennifer. Really wonderful to be here today with my colleagues and partners in Connections and Exchanges, a 10-year plan for arts and heritage for the City of Edmonton. Next slide, please. You have all read our detailed report, which is a comprehensive overview of the Edmonton Arts Council's work last year, and I won't go over the report in full, but I have a few highlights that I would like to draw your attention to. The EAC saw a change in organizational leadership, and I want to thank Shirley Comden for supporting the organization as interim executive director until I joined the organization in November. A major initiative in 2024 was the investment strategy. The strategy reflects the evolving needs of the arts ecosystem while making the most of our available resources. The EAC also developed an operational work plan to ensure the implementation of remaining priority actions in Connections and Exchanges. And at this time, the EAC has made progress on 32 of its 35 sole and shared actions. Next slide, please. An immediate priority for me since I joined the organization was the development of an economic impact study. I know that many of you have been asking for this information, and I'm pleased to introduce the information today. The study shows that arts and festival organizations funded by the EAC generated over $171 million of economic activity annually in Edmonton. These numbers were determined by using data from 183 organizations funded by the EAC in the industry standard input and output model from Statistics Canada. These arts organizations funded by the EAC create over 1,400 local jobs each year and mobilize thousands of volunteers in local communities. Beyond positive economic impacts, high levels of public engagement, volunteerism, and community participation in the arts underscore the sector's essential role in fostering belonging, inclusion, and well-being. Public survey data collected by the EAC demonstrates that the arts are integral to what makes Edmonton a livable and vibrant city. 87% of Edmontonians agree that arts and culture make their communities better places to live, while 85% agree that arts and cultural experience help bring people from diverse backgrounds together as a community. And 87% of Edmontonians attended at least one type of live performance or event in the past year. Edmonton has grown considerably in recent years. Between 2023 and 2024, the city's population grew by 5.7%, reaching almost 1.2 million people. Population growth is expected to continue with an additional 100,000 people moving to Edmonton in the next 3 years. And with this growth, the EAC has seen major increases in applications from organizations and artists. Between 2022 and 2024, the number of arts and festival organizations funding applications submitted to the EAC increased by 22%. While the percent of successful applications, declined from 94.1% to 80.7%. Artist applications increased by 43%, while the success rate dropped from 35% to an all-time low of 23%. And in recent EAC surveys tells us that our community thinks our programs are oversubscribed. As Edmonton grows to become a city of 2 million, people by 2050, the city's financial investment in the arts ecosystem must also keep pace. Next slide, please. So what's next for the Edmonton Arts Council and the Connections and Exchanges strategy? There's so much to look forward to for the remainder of 2025 and in 2026. This year is our 30th anniversary, and we will hit a major public art milestone and install our 300th work of art in the City of Edmonton Public Art Collection. I hope you will all join us to celebrate 300 at 30. Pictured here is a rendering of local artist A.J. Loudon's playground at Baldwin. We will also be implementing the next phase of the funding strategy that was announced in 2024. As organizations receive and implement feedback from this year's assessment process, There may be some movement in the grant pool. However, many of our organizations have told us they were hoping for increases this year as they face escalating cost pressures, inflationary considerations, limited space and resources. There is much work to do as it relates to the long-term sustainability of arts in Edmonton to ensure our vibrant arts community continues to provide Edmontonians with the performances, the experiences, and events that they tell us are one of the highlights of living here in this city. Next slide, please. I have a short video to share you now to demonstrate the impact of the work that the EAC does and the vibrancy of arts in the community. I encourage you to share this video to encourage Edmontonians to recognize that they are a part of the magic, inspiration, and creativity of the arts in Edmonton. Next slide, please. Thank you all so much. I look forward to working with all of you on our journey ahead. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. So pleased to be here this morning with colleagues from the Edmonton Arts Council and Arts Habitat Edmonton and the City of Edmonton. Jennifer, when you introduced, I think, midway of Connections and Exchanges, I think we're in like year 7 this year, but anyway, my math. In 2024, EHC celebrated its 15th anniversary. And the Connections and Exchanges ambition of making heritage a living, growing, and inclusive part of daily life in the city is our mission. We're really helping and working through C&E and its ambitions and aims to bring the history and experience of those less acknowledged, as well as support the continuing stories and chapters of Edmonton's history, and using that to connect neighborhoods and communities through storytelling, and really supporting more collaboration between heritage practitioners and organizations. 2024 was a year of significant growth for the Edmonton Heritage Council. This was due to working out some additional staffing arrangements, and then we were able to increase investment in our programs. In 2024, we dispersed just under $1 million to 65 different projects. And over 50% of these grants, in fact, more towards 60%, were to equity-deserving communities. And that really supports Connections and Exchanges ambition about not only a thriving and well-funded arts and heritage ecosystem, and the way that contributes to healthy city goals and Edmonton's strategic goals, but also the connection and belonging that it creates is essential. The Fire Grant Program, which is now just over 4 years in, had a nearly 80% increase in applications. It's a relatively small program, although it's about a fifth of that $1 million dispersed in its reach. And that's really, certainly expanding and supporting reconciliation and Indigenous cultural resurgence in the city. So that's a heavily subscribed program. And then in 2024, we really were able to finally ramp up the Edmonton City's Museum project. We'd struggled for some years in terms of getting the staffing in place, the resources in place. And so we saw eCamp really bloom, reaching nearly 1,200 participants in its events. and more neighborhood engagement, meaningful engagement and participation. So we believe we're showing good progress towards more, and ultimately all Edmontonians seeing themselves in elements of the city's history and heritage. So Edmonton's cornerstone programs, which are key in advancing connections and exchanges ambitions, continue to be the Heritage Community Investment Program, Fire Program, as I mentioned earlier, and the City as Museum Project. You can see there the Community Investment Program funded 26 projects. That was nearly $700,000 distributed. And of that amount, just over half is organizational and operational support for organizations. So that includes the the Alberta Aviation Museum, the Alberta Railway Museum, the Edmonton Radio Railway. So those are key aspects of our funding. The Fire Program, as I said, distributed nearly $200,000 to 20 Indigenous cultural projects, including a gathering of hearing-impaired Indigenous, which really was exciting to see, and that was a nationwide gathering, so we're really proud to be able to host that kind of activity here in Treaty 6 territory in Amiskwaci, Waskagan. And it's so key in connections and exchanges, the support and the work around revitalizing Indigenous traditions and the connections to land and ancestors. And then the City as Museum Project commissioned 24 new labor history stories. Labor history was the theme this past year. And we hosted a number of interactive events, connecting with Edmontonians at K-Days, for example, which is a really good venue to get more exposure for that program. And ECAM's virtual platforms, which we've developed over particularly in the last few years, had over 100,000 website views and well over 50,000 unique visitors. So ECAM's programming continues to be nimble, provides a number of approaches to collaboration and community connection. And you'll recall that really the City as Museum project was really in 2013, 2014 began as an innovative way of creating a museum about Edmonton, but really being more nimble, having more platforms, ways of reaching Edmontonians in what's a geographically large city. And I would just note, in 2025, Momentary Museum program with Edmonton Public Libraries has really been a great connector that takes us out more into the city. We'll stay with the same slide. So, and then working with Indigenous knowledge keepers, the Commonwealth Walkway in 2024 added nearly 50 additional stories using a visiting approach, a visiting methodology. And that's really exciting because that means half the stories on that platform, or close to half, are have Indigenous perspective, and that really enriches what's going on along that walkway. The Esqueo and Esqueo Kamek ceremony, bringing together 50 people, women, queer, Indigenous, last year at Northeast River Valley Park, but really just this past week and weekend at Kitchikaaski. So that's a fantastic, as we know, place, and we hope that this will continue to be an annual event at that location. And then also the Edmonton Living Rooms Project was a virtual exhibit that worked with over 100 community members from 7 intergenerational newcomer communities. And the pride we saw in terms of them being able to document, speak about their story, what it is to make Edmonton home, and also have that digital and visual representation of it was very important. And then we also, at a national level, helped bring together a Black Heritage Roundtable in partnership with the National Trust of Canada. So we're starting to grow in terms of our national leadership with a number of initiatives, and that one in particular is very important to us. And we work with the Africa Center and of course the other heritage, African, Caribbean, and Black heritage organizations in the city in doing that work. Next slide, I believe. So in 2025, we'll continue our priorities, which are really, as Renee mentioned, continue to implement some of the aims that have not, and actions that we've not achieved in connections and exchanges, but we're moving through there. We want to strengthen the heritage community's involvement in connecting to civic planning. For example, the Heritage Places strategy is something that we're working to animate the community so it participates and connects with that. We're also building more connections with provincial and national colleagues. We're leading the establishment of a provincial Heritage Places network, and we think that's really about how we work with the government of Alberta to help increase funding as well as recognition of the importance of this work. We're working on a project to create a pay scale for workers in the Edmonton heritage sector so that they receive adequate compensation given their professional skills and their educational backgrounds. And that's whether they're working as individual contractors or consultants or working within Edmonton's not-for-profit heritage organizations. And then we're also working on better alignment with the Edmonton Historical Board, for example, and really ensuring that there's the greatest effectiveness and result for Edmontonians in terms of the work that is going on within the city, particularly when it comes to heritage places. And then we've made good strides in more neighborhood-based programming and digital initiatives, and we're working on what we call a Heritage Pulse report. It's really a State of Heritage in Edmonton report that we'll do on probably a biannual basis every 2 years, just to convene more of that conversation and connect it to connections and exchanges. So overall, I think this is slide 6, thank you. We're accomplishing the ambitions and aims, or the aims and connections and exchanges, but equally contributing to Connect Edmonton's 4 strategic goals: building a healthy city and communities through inclusive programming, enhancing urban places through heritage interpretation. Just note that eCamp has also launched a series of summer walking tours as really connected to that aim. Strengthening regional prosperity given the relationships and the greater recognition of heritage in the region as well as in the city. And then in a small way, but I think a significant way, helping make the case for building preservation and building repurposing, example being, for example, the Royal Alberta Museum Glenora site as part of climate resilience and really encouraging sustainable heritage practices. But we're just beginning to grow and get our feet under us in that work. So EAC's dedicated staff, board, volunteers, community partners, and the City of Edmonton, we're all thankful to be part of this inclusive, energetic approach to connecting people with the city's stories and with each other. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. And it's a great way to start week 9 with Arts Habitat Edmonton. So I do want to apologize to those online right now. I can see there's a bit of glare off my head from the sunlight above me. So those of you online, I apologize ahead of time for that. But it's really great to be here. Yes, thanks, David. It's great to be here with my colleagues from EAC and EHC today to really talk about the partnership that we have and the great work that we're doing together. And both Renee and I are new to our roles. You're a little bit longer than me. But seeing the work that's been done for the last few years, 7 as David pointed out earlier, if your math is correct, we're really thrilled at the progress that's been made to date. Next slide, please. So as you saw in a lot of the attachments that you received ahead of the meeting, there's a lot of work going on in depth from each one of the organizations. And we have 12 actions that we're part of, 6 that we're a lead on that are ongoing, and then we have 6 supporting roles, 3 that are ongoing and 3 that are in progress that we're kind of working together because they are very much a collaborative goals. And I really want to actually recognize our small but mighty team. There's 5 of us. So Arts Habitat Edmonton has myself, Kelly, Doris, Raj, and Aaron. And a lot of work has been done prior to me getting here by our board and our former ED, Julian Main. So I do want to thank them today for all of their hard work to date. Next slide, please. So when we look at our I want to talk about 3 key initiatives today that we've been utilizing to drive transformative change and do the work that we can for connections and exchanges. First part is cultivating community and that's the core of our mandate. So looking at community, talking to community, supporting community, and providing an opportunity to build community within our sites. Another main one is the Edmonton Cultural Infrastructure Plan, or ECIP, and that is foundational to the direction of our work moving into the future. And then Arts Habitat utilizes various models at each site to provide Edmonton artists and organizations with options to access spaces that align with the stage of their career, their arts discipline, and the type of activity they're engaged in. Now, if you look at the graphic on the screen right now, you'll see the color wheel, and that's some representative of the symbiotic relationship between our four spaces. So we have, on the next slide, I'll talk about the four specific spaces that we run. But as we look through it, it shows that kind of how everything kind of melds together, works together, just like our three organizations. And it's an idea that it's fun and it's artsy. So we kind of put it up there to kind of give you that feeling of what does the arts do? The arts helps build community and helps kind of bring us all together. Next slide, please. So Arts Habitat is fostering community across our four arts hubs. We have Arts Hub Ortona, Arts Hub Creative Studios, Arts Hub McLuhan House, and Arts Hub 118. These four arts hubs are known as the Habitat, and they're our art space network. Now, across the Habitat, we utilize an online booking system that allows us to track the growth of our organization and our connection to the community. So we're always kind of maintaining that connection and measuring that success. Next slide, please. So we launched that Habitat space management software in April 2024, and currently we have a total of 428 arts habbers. They can be art supporters, space licensees, event hosts, artists, artist groups, not-for-profit professional arts organizations, and the general public. 137 of our arts habbers are registered professional individual artists. So it shows that breadth of, there's a lot of others in the community, including public, that can join and kind of have their voice heard in our work. Next slide, please. So looking specifically at Arts Hub Ortona, so that's the space that we lease from the City of Edmonton. Since our opening day, which was September 3rd of 2024, there have been 342 event bookings in the facility. So that shows that kind of connection to the community and the impact that we're making in just a few short months. It's really been, feels longer, but it's been a great 9 months that we've been in there. Solarium has had 44, the workshop 122, the gallery 103, and the music room 73 events. And as of opening day, all of the project studios and offices were licensed, and additional artist applications have been added to the wait list for the next available spaces this fall. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about building more community, or community opportunities, sorry. So looking at the Edmonton Cultural Infrastructure Plan, we've had an engagement phase, which we've been going through the last number of months, and that's where we've been getting, providing a number of opportunities for sharing of ideas, feedback, and submitting questions. So this has allowed us to dive deeper in areas where gaps have been identified. We've identified cultural infrastructure requirements in underserved areas of the city, and we want to ensure that ECIP will be a functional document that will inform decisions for years to come, for us, for council, for the city, and for our partners. Next slide, please. During the engagement phase, we've connected with 94 participants in the ward discussions, facilitated 20 specialist interviews, and received 378 public survey responses. And I do want to thank council members and the community for actually taking part in a lot of our community discussions, or actually some of the interviews when they weren't able to make some of the other community ones. So your input and your staff's input and your constituents' input has been really helpful as we build out this plan. Next slide, please. We talk a lot about how does Arts Habitat work. Arts Habitat is about providing space for each stage. So for artists, as they're kind of working through their career, we have this idea of space diversification. So when you're at different points of your career, whether you're emerging, mid-career, or established, you have different needs, you're doing different things, you have a different priority, and having different space options gives you those places that you need at that point in your career. So as you saw earlier on the slide, we have 4 distinct spaces. We have a live workspace, we have project studios, we have studios downtown where we have longer lease terms, and then we have McLuhan House, which is really kind of in Highlands, a great hub for the community itself, but provides a lot of space for events, strategic planning, and then we have 4 groups, or 3 groups right now that are in there for office spaces. So that creates another hub in a very historic neighborhood. Next slide, please. So since starting 9 weeks ago, I've been working with the team and with the board to put out an Arts Harbor Experience survey. I thought it was very important in my first few months to find out what is going on in the community. What are we hearing? You've had people come speak to council, you've had people come to your offices, I've had councilors come speak to me at the building, and I wanted to go beyond that. I wanted to really dig into what the 428 Arts Harbors have to say, and then we're hoping to kind of expand it past that with some focus groups and some facilitated sessions. So those are slowly rolling in. To date, we've had some really great feedback. I have kind of 3 quotes that are on the screen right now, some of the things that we're hearing specifically from the artists. It's an anonymous survey, so people are able to kind of just give us their very direct and honest feedback, but they're able to kind of identify where in their career that they are, so we can see that we're serving across all generations and all parts of somebody's career. Next slide, please. So a bit of a shameless plug for our monthly newsletters. If you want to stay in the know, you can definitely use this QR code and go see any of our social media and kind of keep on top of what we're doing at Arts Habitat. So thank you for having me join you today.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. And now, before we go to questions, we do have some speakers on this item. So I will call down those speakers now, unless, are they already? Michelle Forestier?
They're remote, I believe.
They're remote? Yes, they are remote. Yes, that's right. And then Harley Howard Morrison is in person, though. Okay, perfect. You're already there. Okay, I will go to the first speaker for your presentation. Go ahead, Michael.
Good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Sohi, and honorable councillors, and all my esteemed colleagues in the arts. I'm a professional musician and music teacher, and I've been practicing my art in downtown Edmonton for over 50 years. And I've come to see that the arts are the real soul of the city. Over the years, when we had booms in this city, I saw many families moving here from other centers, and their real concern all the time was, would there be opportunities for their children to carry on their artistic pursuits? And for many years, 50 plus years, I was operating out of the Alberta College Conservatory of Music, which was started before even Alberta was a province. But sadly, unfortunately, the conservatory has come to an end. And my wife, who's a violin teacher, and we were quite concerned about where we could continue to carry out our artistic endeavors. We tried all kinds of things, and as artists, we couldn't afford to pay the going commercial real estate rates, and we were at our wits' end to find out how to continue. And then Arts Hab came up, and we made an application, and we were accepted. And we found that at the Arts Hub Creative Studios on 97th Street in Jasper, in the heart of the city, has become our new home, and it's been a real godsend. We're able to continue what we've always been practicing, and in such a spot that's quickly becoming quite a trendy spot, with many of our families, maybe up to 80 families just between the two of us, coming downtown to that spot with what the city has done in the landscaping outside and all the trendy shops that are popping up all around us. It's becoming a very new hotspot in Edmonton for the arts. And we really appreciate everything that the Arts Hab community has done for us. The administrative staff are there to help us every step of the way. And it's a very creative atmosphere with so much support. So thank you, City of Edmonton, for all your support to help us continue our artistic endeavors in the heart of the city.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Great, I appreciate that. And now I will go to speaker number 2. Please go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here today, and thanks to Arts Hab and Al and Kelly at Arts Hab for the invitation. My name is Harley Howard Morrison. I am a professional writer, playwright, and theater producer. I am mid-career as a theater practitioner, more emerging as a writer of fiction, and I've had the opportunity to be one of the tenants at Arts Hub Ortona this year in its inaugural year, which has been a fantastic experience. It's my first studio experience as an artist, and it has provided the space to make it happen, really. And I'll second what the speaker before me said. Edmonton does arts well generally. We do hockey well right now, and we're doing arts well too, though there are challenges. I also run an indie theater collective, Cardiac Theater, and we had the opportunity to rent one of Ortona's larger spaces for a production this spring. We moved in for 6 weeks and did a workshop, a rehearsal, and a production of a new version of a play of mine, and that was a fantastic experience. I've really not had the experience of working in a space that has been so simultaneously affordable and flexible to our needs. We transformed my studio into a green room and backstage. We built a little theater in a box in the music room, and the team there has been really, really supportive of that and created an environment for us to succeed. I think that's really, that speaks to both the team at Arts Hab for facilitating a team amongst their tenants as well as the structure where it's artists first. We're not moving into a space that's in some ways working against our needs. We're the priority, and that changes the paradigm for the work that we're able to do. These sort of spaces are really important for Edmonton's arts ecology and help make Edmonton's investment in culture and arts more efficient and efficacious. I'll speak to what Renee said with EAC, that there is an oversubscription in the arts programs in Edmonton, particularly as it pertains to cultural spaces. That's not something outside of the work that Arts Hab or Edmonton Heritage Council's files that the city funds in a major way. I think Edmonton's fortunate that a lot of the operations of cultural spaces fall onto the books of small organizations or independent collectives in a way that that doesn't for other aspects of the city budget, like recreation. So you have small organizations largely taking on what has become increasingly more expensive: overhead, insurance, utilities, in a sector that's less able to respond to those increases on both a revenue side of the balance sheet and an expense side of the balance sheet too. So as an independent artist, it's really vital to have these spaces well operated and functioning so that we have access to them, period. And then to be operated well means that we can really thrive in them. I also think that our Edmonton Arts Council receives a shout out as well, and I think that speaks to the collaboration that the organizations are trying to achieve. My project was one of the 23% that was funded in an artist grant, which meant that we were really able to do the project. Without that funding, we wouldn't have been able to proceed. And so I think the jury and the programs as well. And it speaks to that collaboration, like I mentioned, where I, as an artist receiving a project grant, can take that to Arts Hub and really use that investment efficiently towards producing a production. And that means that audiences are also encouraged to utilize city infrastructure and have better access to the spaces that Edmonton's been investing in for a long time, and now this is coming to a head. So, yeah, I've had a really fantastic experience with Arts Hub here this past year as an artist and as a producer, as a sort of a larger tenant in that space. And I think it's very important for Edmonton to continue investing in the operating of these cultural spaces, and also beyond the current plan to consider what that might look like into the future as spaces become more expensive for their operators and then therefore for their artistic tenants. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I will look to committee and council colleagues. Do you have any questions for the speakers here today? I'll go to Councillor Salvador first on committee.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate both the speakers being here today, and for taking their time to share their perspectives. I think it's really cool to have all three organizations here as well, and I think our speakers kind of touched on the interconnected nature of the work that's happening with Arts Hab, EAC, and Edmonton Heritage Council as well. So maybe just on that note, when I think about the interconnected nature of that ecosystem, you briefly spoke to it, but looking for a little bit more on that front. Anything else that you can share around how these organizations work together and how that ultimately supports folks just like you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just to expand on that, I think it's important from a civic perspective that the investment in arts is going towards arts. And so when an artist is funded, it's important to have spaces that are also subsidized by the city as active players in the field to be able to take my project funding and go and spend that at another city facility. I think that's really important because it means that the money's being used efficiently and that there is an ecosystem of support that's able to support different projects at different stages as well. So investing in art operating is important, and artist projects are really important, but if they have no space to do their art in, then that creates troubles and more expenses in trying to find that space. So funding the entire ecosystem actually makes the funding infrastructure more efficient, and it makes the touch points for both artists and audience more easier to navigate, I suppose.
Yeah, that's really helpful, and thank you so much for expanding on that. That'll probably be a thread throughout the day for me, throughout the conversation. One of the things that came up during the Arts Hab portion of the presentation is just having space for each stage, whether it's emerging or mid-career or established. I'm just wondering from your perspective, I had the chance to visit Arts Hab and Ortona in particular, and just got to see the diversity of spaces and how those spaces are being used in very different ways. What have you seen in terms of how folks are maybe moving through the different Arts Hab spaces based on where they're at in their careers?
For sure. It's only been, I think, 8-9 months here in the space. And so, but what is interesting is to see the diversity of artist disciplines in that space for me. So you've got visual artists, you have filmmakers, writers, illustrators, myself as a theater artist, musicians, pretty much every discipline is accounted for in those spaces. And within that you have folks at different stages of their career too, and folks who are doing very different models in their work too, right? Direct to customer, or working with a publisher, or what have you, right? So that's been my experience in seeing who else is working in the space. But I think what's useful about the Ortona building is they're not prescribed as a particular function necessarily. So any studio could house any type of artist, and the infrastructure around the building supports that multidisciplinary approach. And as they are on 12-month leases, it'll be interesting to see who takes that over year after year. When I and the folks that are in right now are gone, who comes in. But in terms of supporting artists at different stages of their career, the affordability is key. So an emerging artist is in a position to be able to afford the spaces that Arts Hub are providing right now, as opposed to a market rate in a similar sized facility. Yeah,
absolutely, and maybe just with the last 45 seconds I have, I'll go to Michael. I know you spoke about the importance of the affordability piece as well. I know that's been a big part of your experience and career. So anything else that you'd like to add around the accessibility and affordability of these spaces?
There's a going rate for real estate, especially commercial real estate, and especially downtown. that artists simply can't afford. We're doing this because we love to be artists, but financially it's not viable to carry on without the help that we're getting from Arts Hub.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, I want to take a moment to thank both our speakers for joining and sharing your thoughts and insights, and really reinforces the some of the conversation that we had in the past about the importance of city investing in arts and culture and the infrastructure that supports our artists and cultural practitioners. So thank you so much for your contributions to building a vibrant Edmonton. I want to just focus on that aspect of affordability. I hear you, affordable space, which we are able to support through these organizations. What are some of the other challenges that you're facing? Maybe I'll start with Michael, along with access to affordable space.
Well, even if we could afford a space, it's the support and encouragement from the administrative staff at Arts Hub that is really helpful and really encouraging, and lets us stay focused on our art instead of having to look after too many other details that would swallow up all our energy and time.
So you can just go into this space, practice your art. You don't have to worry about logistics, anything else that might be related to, renting a building or space on your own.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I forgot in the name of the other speaker. I'm so sorry because I'm away, not in the office.
Harley Howard Morrison.
Speaker Morrison, you want to add something about what are other challenge you're facing and where city can play a role?
Definitely. Thank you for the question. I think for myself as a theater producer in Edmonton, seeing how local media has really shrunken over the past 6 to 8 years has played a role and created it exacerbated a challenge really in getting the word out about city-funded projects to interested audience members. And especially as an independent artist, when you're working project to project, you're not an organization that has an annual marketing budget. That becomes really cost prohibitive to dig in and really make an impact in that way. Edmonton Arts Council, as well as Arts Hub, have newsletters and events listings and connections to community in that way. But I would be interested in seeing what a more coordinated city approach would be, utilizing perhaps some of the other organizations like Explore Edmonton in order to, beyond an events listing, create campaigns that drive Edmontonians to the work that they are funding and that they would be interested in seeing as well. I'm just getting the word out in a bigger way.
If I may, Your Worship, I'd like to add one more comment. When I was born and raised in downtown Edmonton, and this area where the Arts Hub Creative Studios was kind of an unsavory area when I was a kid, but is now becoming a very exciting arts center and a very attractive area for families to start coming down. Many shops and attractive areas are growing out of that place. So I think it's very strategic to have such a vibrant artistic center in the middle of it all.
I think this is on Jasper and 97. You're talking.
Correct.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and I will go to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle and Harley, for being here to speak. Maybe I'll start with you, Harley, since you're here in person. Can you speak to a bit about your experience, your peers, and also in speaking with artists in other cities like Calgary? what's that experience like? What makes maybe Edmonton unique?
Absolutely, yeah. I actually grew up near Calgary, and have had a bit of experience working in that city as an artist, and so can speak to that a little bit. Yeah, Edmonton, I think, far and away does a better job of supporting independent arts for sure. Calgary's more focused on supporting organizations than independent artists, even though they've made some strides in individual artist grants in recent years. But because their infrastructure is so centralized downtown, and becomes cost prohibitive in that way, and their independent artist funding so small for live arts, it becomes really challenging in that city to create projects that take place downtown. And then if you're looking at another quadrant in the city, you're trying to train an audience to go to an arts event that in a place where they're not used to that happening. So in Edmonton, I think it's really important that the city's focused on different areas to activate throughout the city. I think from a civic perspective, that's important. To see art in your neighborhood is really important. And the breadth and depth of the individual artist programs in Edmonton are far and away better than Calgary. But that still doesn't mean that there aren't challenges related to space. In particular, as I mentioned, working on a project-to-project basis, you just don't have the resources to get that sense of regularity with your space. Whereas I think what's interesting about what's Arts Habitat is and helpful about what Arts Habitat, what their model is they're always there. It's not changing. It's it's available to go and rent, and so that's really important too. Is that sense of consistency.
Great, thank you. Michelle, do you have anything to add to that, whether it's your own experience or speaking with peers in the music industry?
Yeah, as I say, I've been doing this for a long time and watching this city go through many series of booms. Many families, especially in the energy sector, professionals moving here from other centers are always concerned about, they know that Edmonton's a great sports town. And I think the theater world recognizes that Edmonton is probably the top city for theater in the country. But they're quite concerned about having world-class music lessons and at a high level. And they're very pleasantly surprised when they move to Edmonton and see the kind of community that we have here.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And maybe just one more question. I think one of the attachments speak to this a bit, and I'll be asking the delegation here some questions about that. But in economic hard times, in affordability crisis, oftentimes the first thing that's kind of on the table to be questioned for their viability is arts and culture. And I guess would love to hear some comments about that. I feel like I have a good sense of what needs to happen, but we'll just love to hear what's the chatter within your community.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'll just share my perspective, which is that the superpower of arts is that it takes little money to create great impact. And so it's in times of economic hardship, I actually think that can be a leverage for the rest of a city economy is to invest in arts, because we stretch the dollar. A little can go a really long way, and so that investment becomes a smart one, and it's also built on momentum. And so any sort of cut to investment in arts really takes years and years to get back to. I think of the provincial government, and the AFA budget has just been increased after 20 years of stagnation, and so it's going to take a while for that level of activity to reflect the investment. So fiscally, on a year-to-year basis, it's far more efficient to continue that investment and to let arts do what we're good at, which is find hidden spaces. And I'm out of time, so
yeah, thank you. Sorry, Michelle, do you have anything quick to add in 5 seconds?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much both for being here.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm not seeing any further questions for speakers at this time, so we will go back to our delegation, and I'll look for folks on the board. but I also have questions, so maybe I'll start. Yeah, once again, thank you so much for being here. It is phenomenal to see everyone in the same room and just a real demonstration of that ecosystem approach that we're taking here in Edmonton. So maybe I'll start with Renee from EAC. Nice to see you. I really appreciate the slide on the development of the economic impact study. I know that's something that I've been quite excited about, and you folks have been working hard on. Yeah, so just I want to make sure I have the right number. So 171 million in economic activity annually. Is that right?
That is correct, yes. And that was research data pulled from 183 organizations. We fund over 200 organizations annually. In pulling these numbers together and getting this study kick-started for this year, we were able to just get good data out of the system, and 183 organizations had fulsome information that the research team was able to leverage and analyze to arrive at that number.
Okay, and was there any, and I apologize if I missed this, but anything that can be shared around, like each dollar invested into the arts returns X?
Absolutely, yeah. And you know what I'm going to do, and I'm so glad that Abby Burbank, our research analyst, is here today. But Abby, if you don't mind, I'm going to flip over to you to just walk through how we landed at that particular number, the inputs, and also talk to a little bit of the return on the investment.
Hi there. So the economic model that we ran is part of the Stats Canada input-output model. And so when you run that model, you get a wide variety of indicators that come back to you. And so the $171 million is what is generated locally for total impact. So the actual impact of these arts organizations, if we look provincially or nationwide, is actually even larger. So that's worth noting. And then in terms of the actual return on impact, one of the things that we found from this is that for every dollar spent on the arts, it generates $1.45 in GDP locally. So again, that's specific to Edmonton. And the one thing to note about that is that that is only one element of the total impact. So that's just GDP. That's not including wages or things of that nature. And so another thing to note about that is that the organizations that we support are primarily not-for-profits. And so some of the time you'll see the indicators where the return is like just enormous. But the thing about the arts is that most of the money that gets generated just goes directly back into the arts and local economy. And so 145% return is actually pretty good.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing some more of those numbers. Yeah, I'll probably have some more questions on that in subsequent rounds, but one of the other, I guess, larger zooming out questions that I wanted to talk about today and ask about, we're just past the midway point, connections and exchanges. I think I might know a partial answer to this, and it has to do with sustainable and predictable funding. But how do we really get to that next level of a lot of the actions that are in progress, or maybe haven't necessarily started yet? Is it a matter of having that line of sight to that predictable funding?
Thank you for the question. I certainly think that that's a part of it. Mm-hmm. I would suggest as well some of the work that we need to do going forwards is to think about what those next actions look like and how that connects to our next budget cycle and what we need to do to be able to support some of those actions. I think long term, all three organizations, and I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues, but I think all three organizations are thinking about the next 4 years of this strategy and what we haven't done yet and how we might be able to do that, and getting really strategic about the plans for future future funding. So if those asks come in 2026 for the next budget cycle, what are the initiatives, what are the tactics that we want to undertake to see this wrap up connections and exchanges and maybe start to set the stage for 2.0. I'll provide opportunity for my colleagues as well.
And you know what? I'll give you more than just 10 seconds, so I'll come around next time so you can think about it. But I'll go to Mayor Sohi.
Maybe I'll follow up on that. We'll start with David Ridley on the. I know in the past there has been uncertainty around the Heritage Council funding. Just want to know, are you beyond that uncertainty now as far as your current funding is concerned?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We believe we are. You know, I think those motions really help strengthen. I mean, we wanted a strong connection with the community that the heritage sector we serve, but it really helped bring us together. You know, in the 4-year budget cycle that we're in, we were most appreciative of some incremental funding that we're receiving, and so that's helping us build and grow.
Okay.
Even as we're underscribed. So yeah, we think we're in a good place.
Good. That's good to know. I also want to appreciate your efforts because I get out in the community quite a bit, and I see you quite a bit as well at various community events. That really speaks to your commitment of reaching out to equity-seeking organizations and groups and others as like other Renee as others you do as well, right? So I want to appreciate that. On the ESC funding, I know the funding has not been adjusted since 2022. You're working with other two organizations. Are you going to be planning to bring forward funding requests for the next 4-year budget cycle? And have you started having conversations with the administration on that?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, for the question. Absolutely, we have been starting those conversations, and I think some of the things that we want to do is get really laser focused on what the funding would be to support. We know that arts and festival organizations, again, with the investment strategy that was launched this year, I think many were hoping for increases, and we really do want to make sure that we're looking at the holistic system and ensuring that we're providing equitable access to the funds that we provide. So we want to get focused on the initiatives and the ask. For example, things we've talked about initially are things like the residencies and looking at ways to bring those back. Those provide long-term sustainability options for artists in our city doing the great work that they're doing. And so we want to look at some of those initiatives and make sure that we're focused on what the money, the additional funds we would be seeking would be going for and not just a blanket ask. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I'm glad that you're having those conversations because time flies very quickly, and also thank you for highlighting the economic benefits of investing in arts and culture. There are huge other, societal, social vibrancy and tourism, all those benefits, right? And this, maybe this is again staying with you, Renee. City's economic action plan. Is arts and culture seen kind of integral to economic growth in the city or still at the periphery of conversations? Are you embedded? Is arts and culture embedded into that action plan?
I absolutely think that it is, and I think that that's a big part of why we wanted to go and get that number and do that work. And while we recognize it's not the only story, it's cumulative, it's part of the qualitative piece as well too. We know that it's part of the vibrancy and the life that people enjoy living here in the city. It should be embedded, and I think it's very much a part of the larger economic impact of the city as a whole. And I think, going forwards in future years, what we hope to achieve with this is to see how it's also connected to other organizations, other agencies like Explore Edmonton, and how we can contribute to that broader impact.
Yeah, I'll come back and follow up with administration on the economic action plan and the role arts and culture play. I want to, in my last 30 seconds, Can you respond to one of the speakers' request for additional support for getting the word out to the community?
Absolutely. So we have, as suggested by one of the speakers, we have a newsletter. We've got a lot of information that we do, and we actually have a calendar of events that I think by and large we've just become the organization that promotes all things arts and culture in Edmonton. So we do really want to share that. I think there are absolutely opportunities to work in tandem and in partnership with other organizations as well to do a bit of a better job in that regard.
Great. Thank you. I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here today. I really appreciate having all these reports coming together. It makes a lot of sense to me. And something I appreciate is that you each have distinct areas, and I'm not seeing any blurriness, but real impact, I guess, throughout your various areas of focus. So this is a great touch point for us as council. How do you stay connected to each other throughout the year? Are there formalized opportunities for that, or is it just sort of through your personal relationships, I guess, that enable that?
Yes, thank you for the question. We do have formalized opportunities, and it's on various initiatives. I think most recently we were all together in a room talking a little bit about the ESIP results and some of the results of the public engagement. And then on top of that, sort of standard every sort of couple months meetings, connection points as well. I think both myself and Al, being newer to the partnership, we've really kind of stepped into a space of connecting, I would almost say weekly, to understand what the needs are and to try and find solutions and work together collaboratively on the actions and the strategy.
Great, that's wonderful to hear. Maybe just to our city staff, as we're sort of working through some of these governance pieces, I noticed that the reporting process for the three organizations is a bit different. So Heritage Council and Arts Hub, Heritage Council and Arts Council report into civic agencies, whereas Arts Hub is reporting into civic events. So I guess I just want to get your thoughts on that. If there's a different reporting structure, just in terms of, because again, this is ultimately strategic work. I appreciate the organizations have different structures, but is there a structure within administration where there's a sort of a coherent ownership and overseeing of these three agencies and the delivery of connections and exchanges?
Councillor, it's Roger Jevney here. We've just this past year sort of consolidated all of the relationships with these three organizations into the Rec and Culture branch. Certainly many touch points in the corporation, but it's our staff that are going out from the one branch trying to stay connected with each of the organizations and to look at how we're reporting, what we're reporting, when we're getting reports, and even initiatives like this, having all three report on connections and exchanges together. So yeah, progress on that front.
Okay, that's really exciting to hear. So then, so just on the last page of attachment 1, it says annual reporting to administration. And so it seems I'm not sort of seeing what you've just shared reflected. I think that's great. I think that's really exciting. It's still showing that the annual report of the EAC and EHC are reviewed by civic agencies and not civic events and festivals. So that's something that will shift moving forward?
Yeah, potentially. The Arts Hub was hosting the annual general meetings, submitting their annual reports, as you say, in a way that was different. So we've just started to bring them together under the one branch, looking at the reporting, looking at how we can best work with each of the organizations, and have noted that Arts Hub had been different and starting that progress of saying, should it be different, and how can we work together to maybe align the three better?
Great. And assuming that if there's any change needed at a council level in terms of policy or something that you would come forward with that if needed?
Yeah, if needed, absolutely.
Great. Maybe just a very specific question for Arts Council. So I noticed that sort of the breakdown of the grants by the different artistic practice. I noticed that Indigenous arts was about 5.2% of the funding. Am I correct in assuming that Indigenous artists may also be funded under sort of the broader like music or visual arts, for example?
Absolutely, yes. Many of our diverse groups and community members will also likely get funding through other investment streams as well.
Great. So there may be some targeted funding, but that's not the only funding they're able to apply for.
Correct, yes.
Great. And I think the same is with Heritage Council as well, in terms of there is fire, but then again other opportunities for Indigenous individuals or organizations to apply for other funding.
That's correct. Those other streams don't exclude the fact that there's a fire program.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great. I'm glad all three of you are here as well. It's a very comprehensive update. Maybe I'll just follow up on the mayor's line of questioning around the economic action plan, because this today is with community services, obviously. But have you engaged at all with urban planning and economy, who's stewarding that plan?
Yes, we have, and we are also aware of the refresh that they're doing and the engagement that they'll be starting with this year. That will be coming back to council in Q1 2026. But I'll see if anyone from UPE is on the line in this moment. I know we've been reaching out to see if they're available to join us at committee, but we don't want to waste your time. So
Of course. I just want to make sure these folks are on that list of engagement.
Absolutely.
And the artist community as well. And the speaker brought up a good point about Explore Edmonton, and just to the Arts Council, I'm aware that they're on the board, right?
Yes, we do have an advisor role on the board for Explore Edmonton.
And you also have Chamber of Commerce on the board, so there's definitely a very strong business economic focus to this. I guess I'm just thinking beyond board membership, are you having those conversations aligning with the Explore strategic plan, for example, or even Chambers, kind of their membership conversations?
Yes, absolutely. And we actually have some unique opportunities recently with the Chamber. They've got some committees that they're going to be striking. And so there's been outreach to our offices to get membership from our organization to participate. And I think we're having conversations with Explore Edmonton, and not just on collaborative work that we can do now, but how the two organizations can support and better tell the story of the holistic impact to Edmonton from not only the tourism and the visitor economy, but also what's happening in the local arts ecosystem.
Thank you. David, you want to add anything?
We're not as we're certainly connected to Explore Edmonton, but more where matters like the Commonwealth Walkway. So I think we could do more, and would probably need to sort of surf a bit in the wake of EAC to be part of that conversation. So I think that would be a good path for us to pursue.
Yeah, for sure. I think the earlier comment from the speaker around arts being a small investment with a huge impact, there's been a lot of narratives around if city's going to be investing things, we need to see things with that return. And I think this is a great opportunity. So if there's, I'm not on the committee, but I would certainly like to see a direction around aligning with the economic action plan. I think that's really critical. I wanted to ask also about this shared reporting opportunity that you just had. And given the two of you are fairly new in your role, through kind of this ongoing collaboration, are you finding any like new synergy and perspective and partnership that maybe didn't see before?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. Just sitting around the table together, and I think Renee talked about it with ESIP, having that.
Sorry, what is ESIP again?
Sorry, it's the Edmonton Community. Cultural Infrastructure Plan.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So having that ongoing group that sits down and goes through and looks at the feedback, we're going to be actually in the next few weeks getting the draft report that will be going back over together as well. That opportunity really helps kind of gel the conversation between the three groups, so we can kind of take a look at what are we hearing from the community, what are we hearing from councillors, and going, all right, this is what we're hearing. How can each one of us feed into this process? And then moving forward, how do we use that as a foundational document? Because I think that's really important. I think it goes back to the mayor's question. Are we looking at the future? We're looking at funding. I look to ESIP to be one of our foundational documents going forward to kind of help us guide that conversation around budget, what is needed. So
Yeah.
it's working together.
Great. Renee, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just say, you know, probably more specifically, I want to highlight Arts Habitat. We have this opportunity to work with all of the various disciplines in the arts community. And so when we hear of the needs that are happening as it relates to space, it gives us a chance to sit with Arts Habitat and really have a conversation about them understanding who we're funding, what the needs are, and then working with them on the space requirements and how we can kind of collaborate. And we're doing that right now with the dance community, and I'm excited to see how that continues to move forwards.
Just a quick question in my last 25 seconds. The Space Finder program, you still have that, right? Is that still active?
It's currently not online.
Okay.
We had to kind of move away from our provider, but it's actually something I just brought up recently with Edmonton Arts Council. So yes, it'll be coming back.
So that'll be a really critical tool for those seeking spaces. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Go to Mayor Sohi next, as per the direction I've been given coming back.
Okay, I know that some folks from the urban planning and economy have joined the conversation, so just want to follow up on the refresh that is currently underway for the economic action plan. How does that, how does arts and culture play into the refresh?
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Alyssa Liberty here with Economic Investment Services. So you're right, we are doing a refresh of the Economic Action Plan. And so we are engaging with the groups that have been mentioned, Edmonton Arts Council, Edmonton Screens, Edmonton, Explore Edmonton, and more. And so we're going to hear directly from them in terms of what their needs are and what they'd like to see in that refresh. And through that exercise would be including their feedback and actions directly in the plan. So as of today, we don't know exactly what that looks like. That engagement will start now and will continue into the fall after the municipal election. And early in 2026 is when we'll have a better idea specifically of the actions related to work in this particular area of our economy.
Yeah, but you have seen some of the numbers they talked about, how
yes,
every dollar invested generates a significant return for in benefits for GDP and also jobs, and there's so many other societal benefits of investing in the arts and culture. So I think so you will engage with beyond ESIO and Explore Edmonton. You will engage with these organizations as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, do you need any direction, or are you going to do that, or you already had in the plan to do so?
We already have, Mayor Sohi, we already have that in our plan to do so, and don't need any specific direction. However, if that's the will of council, obviously, I'm happy to take that and move forward with it.
No, I'm okay with that. I'm pretty sure that, like, you understand the value. So I think I only like making motions where it's absolutely necessary to do so. So I'll leave to the rest of the committee if they have the desire. Maybe I'll go to Renee. Just want to confirm what you heard from Alicia, that those conversations have started or will continue to start or will start, and your participation, and also from Habitat and for Heritage Council as well.
Yes, absolutely. We're excited to connect with the team that's handling the Economic Action Plan, and certainly will contribute in any way that we can, and look forward to seeing that roll out more formally in early 2026.
Okay. And I just also want to confirm the conversations that are happening with the city on the funding. Right. Okay. That's what I heard. How about the Arts Habitat folks? Are you connected to the city on the benefit of economic benefits, and also to Heritage Council?
Thank you. We haven't connected directly yet, but we're looking forward to being part of that conversation. So, yeah.
And David?
And similarly to Mr. Chapman's answer, we'll pursue that.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate this.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Now I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, just a few more questions. Maybe going to RTAB. Coming back to the idea of space for each stage, where are you finding the greatest need? Is it emerging, mid-career, established, or where along that spectrum?
Yeah, so far it's quite balanced, but over the last few weeks, we've had a number of younger artists coming into the space, especially at Creative Studios. And then if I look through the list for Ortona for the fall, we're seeing new graduates. And I think part of that is because we have some members on our advisory council that are from some of the post-secondaries. The team has reached out to some post-secondaries and they're kind of talking to their students. So we're actually having recent graduates going, hey, I need my first space, where do I go to? And then I even had a meeting on the weekend where a gentleman has a son who's finishing high school at Arts High School in Edmonton, looking for his first space. He's playing with a band, he's doing multidisciplinary. He's like, hey, what kind of spaces do you have for somebody who's just starting their career, hasn't even gone to post-secondary, but is already out there doing their thing? So parents are reaching out, artists are reaching out. So I think the need is really there for the younger artists, emerging artists. But as Michelle said, he's been at it 50 years and he's still looking for space. So I think both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that. It's just filling such an important need in our community. I'll also just jump over to Heritage Council as well. Just coming back to some of the excellent work that you folks are doing around revitalizing Indigenous traditions, fostering connections to land. Just wondering, with the City of Edmonton's Indigenous framework, I assume there's a pretty close connection there. How is the work that you're doing sort of embedded in that larger body of City of Edmonton work?
Well, internally, when we think, besides, along with connections and changes, we refer to the framework, we refer to city plan. So that's an important part of it. We do have a relationship with the Indigenous Relations Office, so we're probably most active in developing initiatives. I mentioned Esqueo Kamek is one example of those. So that's always before us. We're maybe not directly pursuing a broad number of possibilities within the framework. But one of the things we do, and I think you may be aware of this, Councillor, through the fire funding, we also open that up more widely within the treaty region with, Edmonton and Amiskwaciy-Waskahigan focused projects, but we realize that the matter of how communities move and work together is between, can be between reserve and city. So that's one element of that's a broader reach for a relatively small program, and now a very, highly subscribed or oversubscribed program.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for the reminder that there is sort of that broader tie-in. Gonna jump to one more. Okay, you can choose who answers this one. But one of the actions that I guess I still have some lingering questions about is just sort of the tie-in to planning and development. And yeah, I guess there's still some question marks in my mind around what exactly that looks like. I know that one's kind of sort of in the earlier stages of being in progress, but can someone share some thoughts there around maybe some work that's happening, collaborations that are happening, and where you hope to go with that? I know it's kind of a bigger one, but...
I'm happy to jump in and speak for the Arts Council on this one. So I think where this particular question is concerned, I maybe want to highlight community animation as well as public art. Those are two areas where I think we're doing the greatest amount of consultation to understand where we might go in the city with some of our projects and initiatives and how we can support in various wards. And so that's consultation with administration, the Public Art Advisory Group, as well as working with council and needs that we're hearing from councillor in their various wards. Public art is probably the one that's got the greatest span because, of course, wherever there's public projects, we see that development, those art installations going in all over the city. And so we want to do more of that. And I think as it relates to thinking about all the other disciplines that we support, how do we embed that work into the planning of communities and neighborhoods in the city and the departments that we should be working within administration?
Yes, thank you. For the Heritage Council, Planning and Development, Two things. I mean, we do think about how our historical and heritage interpretive experiences, how can they be planned earlier into the community. Things like the Commonwealth Walkway, although it's centralized, helps us think into that. And then also working with partners like community leagues and Edmonton Public Libraries. So there's still some work to be done on that. More broadly, given the activity around mature neighborhoods, I mean, the importance of the inventory and people understanding the importance of the inventory and then the path to designation is still really the path is the only path to heritage preservation. And really across the country, although there may be other measures that are used in different municipalities, this is still the Edmonton model. We'll be involved in the Heritage Places strategy to try and, it's not to change that or increase it, it's just to reinforce the importance of awareness of this in neighborhoods.
Thank you. And don't worry, we're at committee, not at council. We're a little bit more stringent at council and public hearing. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to build on the conversation around economic development. I think that's a really exciting opportunity, and just wanted to specifically dig into the opportunity to partner with business improvement areas as well. Just wondering if there's some conversations or touch points that are starting to emerge.
Absolutely, I'll jump in on that question. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So we've actually had some conversation initially with some of our friends in business improvement areas, more specifically, Eric, thank you for being here today, to talk about what that looks like. And I think to understand how we as the Arts Council can support with the programs that we do offer and provide to those areas. So that would be things like our festival or parade in a box program, having some of the Green Shack programs actually embedded in some of those communities. And so starting those conversations very preliminarily at this point.
Any thoughts from others? That's no pressure.
Absolutely. We have representatives on our advisory group for the Cultural Infrastructure Plan that are BIA representatives, so they're around the table for that discussion. We do have a board member who's from the 118 Business Association, so it's ongoing, embedded into our processes.
That's really exciting, and I wonder too if there's an opportunity around maybe to Alyssa, if you wanted to chime in too, just around some of the vacancy reduction and vacancy prevent. Well, I guess this would be more on the vacancy reduction side of things. I'm hearing more and more that some of the existing empty commercial space in the downtown, for example, just isn't ultimately fit for retail as it is today. So, there's more storage area that's needed because most stores aren't keeping large inventory now, for example. So wondering if there's any consideration or opportunity to explore using some of that space for artists, studios, or even, just having some of the displays there. Is that something that could potentially be woven into how that grant could be structured so that it could provide those partnership opportunities with arts organizations?
Councillor Stevenson, I think that is an opportunity and something we could take a look at specifically on how it could be included in the work that we're doing that'll come forward in the fall. It is a strategy that we have seen in our downtown area in some of our vacant retail spaces, and where we have seen showcasing of artists' work to replace those areas that are not as vibrant. So it's something that we have seen used, and that's something I can definitely take away and take a look specifically in that program to get you a more fulsome answer in the total look and feel of that vacancy reduction program.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I think there's that display opportunity and certainly seen a lot of success from that. And I'm thinking more sort of that long-term conversion of the space. If it's not, like, I just worry if we focus on converting or investing in spaces for commercial uses that are ultimately not suited to that purpose, versus, what are the creative ways we can think to reimagine those spaces and convert them in the long run. So again, maybe outside the strict bounds of the vacancy reduction, but appreciate you taking that away for consideration.
I think, Councillor Stevenson, to add on to that, one of the things, particularly in our downtown, is that this is something overall with our vibrancy and economic development that we work on with our partners in this space. So the city can have programs or things that we're looking at and working on, but ultimately it is the work of many partners playing together to make these things happen. And so it's part of our ongoing conversations under the Downtown Action Plan, is something that we will continue to bring to the forefront as solutions to action, particularly in our downtown. And then the other vacancy reduction would be more broad than just our downtown.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador, it says one, but it looks like you've already been on for one before, so I'm going to go to Councillor Tang next.
Great, thank you. For the three organizations, have you had a conversation at all about, say, shared services in terms of cost-saving measures? I mean, that's a pretty big conversation with some of the other agencies. I'm curious if that's on your radar.
I wouldn't say we've had formal conversations. I've dropped hints, but with my new colleagues here, those need to be refreshed and thought about. One example, we've struggled to get sort of the measurement evaluation part, and I think we're getting there. It would be difficult for us to have the same capacity, and I mean, and I'm not, we owe EAC so much in terms of incubation of the work, but I think there's some opportunities we need to look at.
Yep.
And in connection, quickly, connections and exchanges, I think there are more opportunities there that weren't pursued. There was an MOU, and then things sort of went off in their own way. So I'd look forward to refreshing that.
Yeah, and I would encourage you not to hint at the conversation, to deliberately have that conversation.
I'm done hinting, yes.
now that you are meeting more regularly, and I think there could be some fresh lens. I know all of you do work really hard to be lean and to be efficient, but this is a conversation we're having citywide with all of our ABCs. So I look forward to hearing what comes out of that. And then Renee, if I can just clarify a few things about the survey that I think the Arts Council commissioned. So it says that the mindset of Albertans shifted more negatively, and this is more in general, or is it specific to the arts?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that one more time?
So I think in the survey you had commissioned by Stone Olafson, is that the mindset of Albertans have shifted more negatively. Is that in general in life, or is it more arts focused since you commissioned that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Tang. So that is the Stone Olafson research commissioned by the Rosa Foundation, and we're one of many organizations that supported getting that research done. So they looked at the arts and cultural ecosystem as a whole in all of the various communities that they researched, and so that was specific. That was general sentiment as it related to the negativity.
General sentiment in life, or to that ecosystem?
General sentiment, I think, in life.
Okay, and then the arts and culture is more a remedy to that negativity.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. And I think there's a stats in the report about how in Alberta, per capita spending around arts and culture has kind of been on the decline. Do you have a number for Edmonton, and how do we compare it to, say, Calgary?
Oh, that's a great question. Abby, I'm not sure if you're prepared with those numbers, but I might turn that over to you.
Hi there. I don't have the number for Calgary offhand. For Edmonton, I believe we're somewhere in the ballpark of $11 at the moment. At the point where the EAC received its current funding level, which was not in 2022, but I believe the previous round, the per capita funding was somewhere in the ballpark of about $13.50 per capita, somewhere around there. But as the funding has been static, and our population has, as you know, has
grown,
increased dramatically.
So naturally it would decline.
Yeah,
I was just curious about how drastic the decline is. And then I think earlier there's a question about the funding for EAC has been stagnant since 2022, but I had thought that service package was actually effectively the same as the previous one. So you've been stagnant for a little bit longer than that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Correct.
Do you know since when?
2019, I believe, but Shirley, I might open that over to you since that predates my time.
Yeah, thank you for the question. In 2019 to 2022, we did have a $5 million increase that was implemented over the 4 years. So by the end of 2022, or by 2022 funding, our funding is at 17 million, and that's where it is today. So the last 4-year budget cycle, we didn't see an increase.
Okay. Okay, great. And then finally, just on the cultural infrastructure plan, so when your final report comes out, we can expect kind of like citywide, where are the gaps and where are the additional resources needed if we want to improve the infrastructure assets we have, right?
That'll be a couple parts of that
Okay.
that plan, absolutely. Yes.
Great. I was just curious about what the deliverable will look like. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, at this time, I'll move the recommendation in the report that the June 16th, 2025 Community and Public Services Report CS02840 be received for information.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, and we've asked a lot of questions. So I'll do one last call for any questions about the reports. If not, I'll move to speaking to this item. So I will look to the board to see if any of my colleagues want to speak to this. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mayor Sohi, you can go first.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to thank all the three organizations for bringing forward this update. I really value the work that has been undertaken by these organizations. They're integral to our city, the kind of city we want to build, a city that is thriving in every aspect of city building, from people moving here to enjoy the great arts and culture that our city has to offer, supporting our local artists to thrive, arts organizations to thrive, celebrating our history, creating affordable space for organizations and the local artists to do their craft. Right? So all three organizations have been doing phenomenal work. So I want to extend my appreciations to them. We have always understood that arts and culture play a significant role in driving our economy, creating jobs and opportunities. But sometimes that work is not integrated or embedded into our economic action plan. So I'm glad that I'm hearing those conversations are starting, that our city administration will reach out to three organizations along with other organizations that city administration works with to build the kind of thriving opportunities that we have the potential to create, building on the previous successes. So look forward to that work. But once again, deep appreciation to everyone for the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you everyone for being here. I also see lots of support members in the room as well, and of course members of the public who came to speak. I thought you all brought some very poignant comments around how has arts revitalized is revitalizing downtown, for example. And Edmonton has a very unique approach of distributing those arts initiatives and vibrancy, not just concentrating downtown, but across the city. As even long before I was elected, I was as a community member. I've certainly benefited from many of the programming opportunities through all of you. And seeing firsthand, for example, how a heritage community investment program actually helps to establish and giving voice to different community groups and to accelerate ideas and programs. As a former city staff, partnered with Arts Habitat and Arts Council and saw how quickly you all can mobilize the community to get something done. And I know that things have been really challenging for the last while, but you've managed to do quite a lot. As the speaker said, with a little investment, you can go a long way, and you've certainly demonstrated that. So for all those reasons, I've been very looking forward to this reporting. And I do think looking ahead, there needs to be definitely that lens on local economy. I have many artist friends who have told me time and time again that as an artist, they have a far, I wouldn't say easier time, but certainly been able to establish themselves in Edmonton through opportunities that would not been able to afford to them elsewhere in the country. And I think that's a really huge advantage we have as a city. We're known for our festivals, we're known for our winters, we're known for all these things. And I would love for us to be known for not just playoff, but for the artist community and for people to come and make a living and succeed and thrive in this community. I would, love to see I guess a bit more explicit mention around the arts sector in the economic action plan and Explore Edmonton or any of those economy-related strategic plans. I also think there is recently there was an op-ed written by the development sector about we need to focus on economic development. Absolutely. We have been and we always will be, and I feel like every conversation that we have is around that. And this is no different. Maybe this may not be the hard surface stuff, but it very much is about supporting an entire sector. And again, people are seeking those opportunities here that they would not be able to otherwise elsewhere. So I would love for that direction to be a bit more explicit. And I look forward to how these pieces will be integrated moving forward. And so I look forward to that on the administration side as well. So thank you all. I think this was a great report, and I think there's a few seeds that's been planted, and that will help kind of the ecosystem to be more effective and more efficient as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. And see no more speakers on the board. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated the wonderful discussion today, and again want to thank all the organizations for being with us this morning. Just reflecting on how privileged I feel to be one of the council advisors with EAC, and I often feel like I get a front row seat to all the phenomenal work that is happening in our creative sector, and just want to express my deep gratitude to all of you for continuing to advance that work. Also thinking about how when I talk about Edmonton, when I'm talking about why I love this city, when I'm talking about why other people should come to our city, why they should spend time here, why they should also stay here and build a life here, our creative sector and our art scene is a really big part of that. I think it's one of our greatest strengths. I think all of us around this room recognize that. I think it plays a huge role in talent attraction and retention as well. It brings people together, it supports local connection and local pride and our civic identity, and it makes Edmonton a more vibrant, livable place. And as we heard today, it also drives significant economic activity. I agree with my colleagues. I think we could go a little bit further and make that really explicit in the body of work related to our economic action plan, and happy to move a subsequent motion to make that even more clear and explicit, that the organizations in front of us are really integral to that work. So that's everyone's heads up that a subsequent is going to be coming on that front. And also thinking about where we are in the progression of connections and exchanges, and really excited about the progress that we've made to date. I think today's update shows that we are making significant progress. There has been a really strong impact, and hearing some of the numbers and data that have been shared around 171 million in economic activity each year, support for over 1,400 jobs, that is huge. And we also know that those numbers don't tell the full story, and that the value of our creative economy and arts ecosystem goes far beyond those dollars and cents. But it's really great to be able to point to some of those dollars, and to be able to point to the very clear economic tie-in that this work has. I do also want to highlight the increase in funding applications that we're seeing in our community, and that those success rates have been falling. I think that's a clear signal that the need is outpacing the available support, and that there is very clear demand in our communities to continue driving forward with this work, and keeping up with that demand, and also meeting the moment. We know that our population is increasing, and we know that we need to have a serious conversation about getting to a more sustainable place when it comes to funding our arts ecosystem. So really looking forward to some clear asks coming back during budget, so that we can continue advancing this. Also, sorry, I'm going to take my time, but also thinking about, and we heard this from our speakers today too, the need for affordable, flexible, and accessible space as sort of that foundation for artists at all stages of their careers to be able to grow and evolve and really establish themselves, and having that space serve as almost a springboard for their careers has become really clear. So deeply appreciate the work that Arts Hub is doing in that space, and the way that you speak about having multiple spaces to meet people where they're at, depending on what stage of their career, I think is just a phenomenal framing and makes so much sense. So thank you for your work. Also thinking about the importance of storytelling and recognizing our diverse heritage and culture and histories. The connection to reconciliation has also come through really strong, and appreciate the work that's being done around revitalizing Indigenous traditions, fostering connections to land. So Heritage Council, thank you so much for the breadth of work you're doing, but that's one piece that I'm so excited about. Yeah, and then just finally, I've already signaled the subsequent, but coming back to how fast Edmonton is growing, our artists, our festivals, our creative organizations, they need room and support to continue growing and keeping up with that pace. So I will leave it there, but thank you so much, everyone, again, for being here today, and thanks for the in-depth discussion.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried, and I will go to Councillor Salvador now.
Yeah, I'll move that administration include a focus within the Economic Action Plan refresh to grow and maximize the economic contribution of the creative economy in collaboration with the Edmonton Arts Council, Edmonton Screen Industries Office, Explore Edmonton, Arts Habitat, the Edmonton Heritage Council, and other relevant stakeholders.
Thank you, and would you like to introduce?
I feel like I've kind of already done that, so I think we're all there.
Just to interrupt, just to be safe, I might recommend this one go to that council, or that committee recommend to council.
Yeah, there's no funding?
My reading just as
Yeah,
Go ahead.
administration already and the people behind us already committed to doing this work, so we were debating whether a motion was even necessary or not.
Yeah, my only thinking was that council was the one who last reviewed that economic action plan, so if it's a change to that plan, maybe not, but you're right that, yeah, I mean, that work's already happening and doesn't sound a change to budget, so it was just a consideration.
Well, let's leave it on the floor for now. And then maybe we might have some questions to admin to clarify the authority of the committee. Might be good.
Yeah, I'll ask that question. So my understanding was just based on some of the lines of questioning today that this work is pretty much happening. The real intention of this is to make that crystal clear, and to just be explicit around ensuring that these organizations listed in the motion are part of those conversations. So maybe just administration. what do you think? Is that a viable way to move forward? I don't necessarily see a step change in the economic action plan included in this motion, so not sure why it would necessarily have to go up to council. Is that something that committee can direct?
I'd look to clerk's office to answer the questions about if council needs to direct this. But before we get there, in terms of what's in this motion, yes, this is included in the Economic Action Plan refresh. So don't see this as separate, distinct work. But what this does do, again, is give a clearer line of sight if that's something that this committee prefers. So I'll leave it with clerk to answer the question about council.
Yeah, I would just ask for legal to weigh in if they could, but yeah, I won't die on the hill.
For sure. I think this one, if there is already direction to do exactly this in the action plan and there would be no change to that plan itself, then I think it is a direction that could fit within committee. But if there was something to change in that action plan, since that action plan was approved by council, then I would recommend it go to council for a recommendation.
I think to build on this, this is referring to the Economic Action Plan refresh. And so that will come forward in 2026. This is not a change to the existing action plan that's in place. So the decisions regarding that refresh won't come forward until the new year.
Okay, with that information, I'm going to make the call as the chair that it does not need to go to council because the refresh report will go to council already. And this is work that we've already seen integrated into the current action plan. And as mentioned, the intent is to just reflect, because I'll speak to it now, but yeah. So I'm going to make that call. If anybody wants to challenge that on committee, they're more than welcome to, but that's my assessment of it. Thank you. Okay, and I would just, I was just going to speak to it. So anyone else with any questions? No? Okay. And then I'll just take a minute to speak to it. Again, I think this is really great. I think often the arts are looked at as a nice to have, and I don't think that link and that connection is strong enough when it comes to the true economic driver that it is. You know, Edmonton, even just looking at something like Explore Edmonton stats on some of our visitor economy, those stats would not be the way they are if we didn't have Heritage Days, if we didn't have winter festivals and all of the great activities that we're bringing to the forefront. As mentioned, it's also allowed for arts to thrive in this community. We have, you know, more theater productions, more of the things that drive arts, music, and some of the best places in I'm going to say, North America to experience. You know, I think about the Windspear and how their acoustics is renowned internationally. And so it is absolutely a great reinforcement and symbolic reminder to everyone that the arts does drive economy. And so investing in the arts isn't just a nice to have, it's an economic necessity for a thriving and growing community. So thank you, Councillor Salvador, for bringing this forward, and look forward to continuing the conversation about this when it comes back with the action plan refresh. Okay, nothing to close. Please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. So we have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And now we will move on to item 7.1. And again, I know we moved the first one up first, but if you want to stay and listen about snow clearing, it's very, very much, I would say, snow clearing comes up 1 out of 10 conversations. Economic development and snow clearing are two biggest topics. But yeah, we'll just wait for the delegation for 7.1 to come forward.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community Services. The Parking Ban Enforcement Strategies and Resource Allocation Report presented to you today is for information only and brought to you in response to the motion passed at the February 4th, 5th, 2025 City Council meeting that stated, Administration provide a report including an analysis on the parking fine options and a strategy around key locations and return to committee with options and a recommended path outlining additional resources to properly address the needs across Edmonton to remove vehicles on streets during parking bans. The report outlines the current status of parking ban enforcement in Edmonton, presents 4 resource options, and provides an estimate of the costs and resources needed to increase service levels and address vehicles parking on the street during parking bans. I'll pass it over to Chantal Perizzolo, our Deputy Chief of Complaints and Investigations in our Community Standards branch.
Parking bans are essential for ensuring safe and efficient maintenance operations during both winter and spring seasons. When vehicles are left on the street, they delay operations, increase safety risks, and reduce the effectiveness of road maintenance. Parking ban compliance relies on targeted and effective communication, public awareness, and consistent enforcement efforts. Sustained changes in compliance rates can be achieved by reinforcing expectations, deterring violations, and building a culture of shared accountability over time. However, it's important to recognize that increased enforcement of parking bans presents its own set of challenges. These challenges include limited enforcement coverage due to the extensive road network, constrained towing capacity, potential risks associated with outsourcing enforcement services, difficulties in achieving compliance in high-density areas, and the need to balance effective maintenance with equitable access for residents. Summaries of the jurisdictional review, previous parking ban enforcement efforts, and resource options are included in this report. The 4 options presented in the report range from maintaining the status quo of 5 temporary bylaw officers to fully resourcing enforcement and towing services. Budget estimates range from no increase to a low-level increase of $100,000 to add contracted tow services and a high-level increase of $1.5 million, which includes additional enforcement officers with tow services. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'll go first with some questions. I actually have quite a few questions. One of the things that I find really interesting is around, because I think ultimately the goal, and we talk about this with bylaw, is whatever the bylaw is, it's meant to be about compliance. But what I'm also reading in this report is there's some physical limitations to compliance in certain neighborhoods that I found really interesting, and I don't think we've really shored up as a conversation before, such as the availability of parking in other places and the design of the neighborhood. Could you elaborate on that a little bit for me to get a better understanding of those pieces? Because would enforcement even help that, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
I think enforcement would help if we had the towing capacity to be able to remove those vehicles from the high-density areas. Ticketing would change behavior over time, but again, towing would be the best option in those higher density neighborhoods.
Okay, and what have we noticed? So I know in the report it mentioned that, you know, we've changed this program so many, like there's quite a history of, you know, every year has been a sort of a different program. So it's really hard to assess outcomes or any kind of impact that any of those one interventions have had. Is that a fair statement based on my understanding of the report?
Correct. We have just finished our 3rd year of this program around parking ban enforcement.
Yeah. I guess the struggle I have is, has the 250 helped at all?
It's difficult to measure that at this time because that bylaw amount only changed in 2022. And so I think with consistent enforcement over time, we will see the impact.
But would you see that impact regardless of if it was 250 or 100? Like, is it the consistency or the amount?
I think it's a little bit of both. The increased fine amount was put in place to act as an additional deterrent.
I remember that conversation very well. Yes. I voted no to it because I thought it might be punitive. I guess when we assess fine amounts, we've done a lot of thoughtful process, but this specific change was council directed. It wasn't an admin-driven recommendation to bring it up to 250.
Correct.
Yeah. So I guess in the last 3 years, have we in last year, have we noted more compliance? Are we seeing more compliance? Because I know you said it's been 3 years that we've been doing more parking enforcement. In 2022 is when we changed the fine amount. Are we seeing more compliance?
Compliance is difficult to measure because of the vast network, right? We have 12,000 kilometers of roadway, and so enforcement officers aren't able to get to all of the infractions. What I can say is anecdotally, we receive less inquiries after the ticket has been received in comparison to the first year.
What does that mean? Sorry. Can you elaborate?
So with the tickets after they're issued, oftentimes citizens will call in to contest the ticket.
Yeah.
And so we're receiving less of those anecdotally.
I would say anecdotally, my office is not receiving less of those. So, interesting. Are we finding a lot more people are challenging the tickets at court? Are we holding up the court system? Because a lot of them, I think, are potentially going to court now.
Yeah, we would have no line of sight of court activity.
Okay. And we can't tow them to the lot. We'd have to just tow them to a nearby street or something like that. And we could do it to about, you know, based on the options here, it sounds like the max would be around 5% realistically.
Correct. We have one contracted tow provider currently, and so we're estimating with that provider we could potentially tow up to 5% of the vehicles, and it would be to the nearest street.
And so how would we prioritize which vehicles we tow?
We work closely with city operations, and they direct us each shift as to where they're going to be blading, and then in real time communicate to the officer the low compliance areas that are in need of tow so that they can blade.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop there and go to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Maybe starting with a broader question, what metrics are we using to measure the success and effectiveness of our program?
Well, before Chantel jumps in, if you already are at a deficit in terms of how you can enforce the rules, I'm not sure you're going to get a complete understanding of the effectiveness of the rules when we have already coming from a place of deficit. So I just wanted to caveat that because, our city operations teams are regularly sad in their hearts when they're going, they've notified, all the placards are up, they've put the app out there, the information is available for citizens, and for myriad reasons, still the vehicles aren't moved, and then they're unable to complete their work. But I'll just pass over to Chantal just in terms of if we've been able to establish any meaningful metrics in this space. It's an excellent question, but it's a struggle.
Yeah, and maybe just to provide a little more context, I'm thinking like, do we measure the number of obstructions per linear kilometer, like things like that could be, indicators that maybe things are working or not working as intended when it comes to the way that we're approaching our parking bans.
I think that's an excellent way of measuring it. I think right now the challenge is just, again, due to the vast network of roadways, it's difficult for us to determine the level of impact that we have. Aside from, I think, one measure would be the number of residents who sign up for the notifications and the awareness piece of them proactively reaching out.
Right. Okay. Because I'm trying to find sort of a baseline so we can determine, did this, as Councillor Rutherford was asking, did the 250 make a difference? I know it's still a little early to determine that, but what are we coming back to as that measure of whether or not it is?
Yeah, we know theoretically and in research that fair amounts can significantly impact compliance. We know that it does act as a deterrent to discourage rule violations. So I guess it comes down to this body to determine how severe how the severity of that fine will be. You can draw a correlation to how serious the offense is deemed by this body.
Right, and then it becomes a question of is there a large delta between 250 and 150? Because I have heard concerns about the 250 amount and sort of the reasonableness of that. But I'll jump to a different question, so we'll probably come back to that one. So here we go. Actually, it kind of has been asked, but I'm going to dig into it a little bit more. The fine consistency, I guess, when we're talking about sort of establishing more of a culture of compliance and sort of everyone collectively working together to make this as smooth and efficient as possible, does the consistency of enforcement also play a role in that? And when I think about the number of folks we have out actually doing enforcement, it's 5, right? So spread really thin across a huge area.
Yeah, I would say that compliance is heavily dependent on consistent enforcement and public awareness of the parking ban in effect. So when we are, spread as thin as we are, it's difficult to have the intended impact. And, with an increased enforcement level, you have that visibility that acts as the deterrent as well.
Yeah, and on the visibility piece and sort of the proactive communications, I didn't hear it quite as much around the winter parking ban, but for spring sweep, I definitely heard about just the length of the window in which street sweepers would be coming through, and that folks might see a sign go up and expect it to happen within the next day or two, but then it was actually a longer window, and then it creates a bit of confusion and then lower compliance rates. So is there an opportunity to sort of tighten up those windows, maybe?
Maybe I'll defer to our PARS colleagues
Sure.
to describe that.
Yeah, Councilor Salvador, I'll just add, this year we're going to nominally do it too.
Oh, sorry, we can barely hear you. You're...
Not normally this year. No, like people
Sorry,
can hear
you know what?
Sorry.
Sorry, just a second, Caitlin. We cannot hear you, and Councillor Salvador is out of time. So maybe you can work on tech with clerk, and we can come back to that to answer that question before we go to any decisions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the report. I felt it provided a lot of the information we needed to have this conversation, so thanks so much. apologies for how basic this question is and if I am missing it in the report. So we have 5 temporary municipal enforcement officers during the bans. And apologies, are those sort of contracted? Like I always thought it's quite a lot of effort to onboard an MEO, but they're a contracted service?
No, those are city municipal enforcement officers that are hired each November to support parking ban and proactive snow and walk.
Okay, but they're temporary positions.
Correct.
Just for the winter time. Okay, because I think maybe where I have some hesitations is sort of like a seasonal hiring process where I think like overall we need more enforcement year round, and potentially again if we had I think we have an outstanding motion around some traffic safety enforcement, which again could potentially be shifted to snow operations in the winter. Is that sort of staffing model something that's possible?
Yet with the municipal enforcement officers, that is currently how they're operating when no parking ban is in effect. They are currently proactively doing the snow and walk as well as business license inspections.
Great. Okay, well that's helpful. Just maybe following up on this theme of the ticket amount. So I do notice that the unit cost of towing the vehicle is 130. So 250 is sort of more than cost recovery in that instance. Is that a fair assessment?
Strictly by the numbers, sure, but we know that we don't have any idea if those tickets get paid, if they go to court, if they are contested, and if they are reduced. But certainly, the way you're making your comparison, yes, that is true.
That's interesting. So I wanted to go back to that. So we don't even know if they get paid?
Correct. We have no insight into provincial court and how a justice of the peace or a judge might reduce the fine, dismiss the fine for whatever personal reasons might be provided at time.
But we do get revenue from the fines from the province?
We would get the revenue before the first appearance date. After that, the revenue would be split between the city and the government of Alberta.
So if someone gets a ticket, they pay it online, we keep that full amount and we track those stats?
Yes, we would have that prior to the first appearance date.
Okay, but then if someone does challenge it, then it goes into a more nebulous. So, sorry, my time hasn't started, just to be mindful. So that seems like a bit of a gap, I guess. With the data that we do have, so for folks who do pay without challenging it in court, do we, tell me more about how granular that data is right now. Do we analyze that based on the ticket type? Like, are we able to distinguish people paying sort of a winter parking ban fine versus just a parking, e-park, let's say?
I don't have that information right now, but it's something I can go back and get for you.
Sure, yeah. More, just sort of long-term thinking how we track this. And then over time at the provincial level, again, we must receive some, if nothing else, just the revenue we get back tells us something about the number of tickets going and being challenged.
We can certainly follow up with finance to see how that routing comes back and what the level of detail is that we receive.
Okay, wonderful. I'm just wondering, of recognizing that I represent one of the higher density areas and some of the challenges. We often end up in my neighborhood in Quintuin with those really big snow. I don't know what to call them, but the big cliffs, I guess, when you're parking, doing roadside parking, because they are rarely fully cleared because of parking. Just wondering if we've maybe taken some different approaches in terms of, would there be any capacity for the MEOs to put like warning tickets on windshields the night before, for example, in low compliance areas? I appreciate that there's an idea to sort of work on a strategy for low compliance areas.
That was explored as an option the first year in 2022. However, with the limited time frame that we have from the time the parking ban's declared, it just wasn't feasible. Oftentimes, we only have about 12 hours notice before the parking ban's in effect. And so to issue a warning followed up, hours later with the ticket might seem unreasonable.
I see what you're saying, and I think it's more like I'll probably just stop at this point and come back to that question about some other approaches. But presumably, like, not every street is plowed within 12 hours. So those that are sort of being plowed later on in the cycle, again, if, signs, I'm just thinking, like, when signs get dropped off in the neighborhood, could something be on the windshields as well?
I think it's challenging just right now with the 5 municipal enforcement officers doing this work. Their time is spent primarily doing enforcement activity, and they wouldn't have the ability to issue warnings in other areas that aren't being bladed.
Could they be informal warnings? Like, do they need to be, like, even just a notice? Hey.
Yeah, and they could be warnings on the windshield. I think the issue is just capacity.
But does it have to be MEOs that are doing that if they're informal warnings? Like, could it be the crews that are putting down the signs, like the...
I guess that'd be a question for PARS then in terms of their capacity and if that's something that they could do.
I will stop. My timer is, thank you.
I was trusting in the timer. Okay, Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for the report. I think just a few questions. So I hear a little bit of the challenge of limited enforcement officers, so hard to measure. Do we have any, do Parks and Roads keep any data around from their operators about how often vehicles are on the streets when they're doing that, just as a data point?
I would say that it's not a data point that we keep track of the number of vehicles that we're plowing around.
And I know it probably would be a pain to do every single vehicle, but even just to capture, because I mean, even, and I think a number of us have been out, like it's pretty clear that it happens on almost every street still. But being able to just sort of verify that that's still happening regularly might then help if we can start doing more work to measuring some type of improvement or not. So is that something that we're thinking about? Because I've heard a lot of answers today that don't really that seem to suggest we're maybe not tracking it as closely as we could be to help inform we're getting where we need to be.
Well, certainly we know our low compliance areas. So whether we have someone counting the cars that are inconveniencing us, there still is an awareness of the low compliance areas that we focus our efforts on already.
Okay. So then the answer to that is, so just to confirm, like, I guess you're suggesting, like, because we have the low compliance data, that helps us to know where the biggest problem areas are right now.
Certainly.
And you don't need other data. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what data points do we need to make sure that if we're doing additional action, it's having an impact or not.
And one thing we did commit to in the report was building a tool that was going to track previous enforcement data,
right.
along with the neighborhood design to help direct officers where to do enforcement, in addition to speaking with the road maintenance supervisors daily.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot that piece there. So I just want to ask about option. I mean, I'd sure love to go to option 4 right away, but I don't think we have any money for that. So I want to go to option 2 as a starting point. If we did that, I've read through the report what it gets us. I guess what I want to get a sense of, would that allow you, if we went down that path, and it's up to the committee, all that, but if we had, some available money in council contingency and we went down that path, what would you do with that to help inform whether it's an effective tool or not? And again, it goes back to this measurement piece. I want to get a better sense of, like, I don't want to necessarily give resources if we don't think it's actually going to have any real benefit, but at the same time, clearly we're not getting the level of support we need on our local streets. So I wanted to get a sense of, how does option 2 help you? What does that look like, if we tried it out this winter?
Option 2 would allow us to focus towing efforts in those lower compliance neighborhoods, which would then impact our road maintenance crews, just offering them the ease of blading the streets.
And so I guess the question is, do we feel that's valuable right now? It feels like it when we're out with the crews and we're hearing from the frontline folks that there is value, but I guess I want to just ask that out loud.
There is value. I think the concern, though, is still with the towing capacity. Right now, we have one contracted vendor with the city. And although we are in the current procurement process to get additional vendors, it's unknown how many we potentially would get. And with those, there are the competing service priorities that oftentimes put parking ban enforcement as secondary. So, when you have a major snow event, they might be redirected to other calls for service.
Maybe the better question is the status quo working the way we need it to? Because it sure doesn't feel like it. That's and like, do we need to try something else that's not the status quo? Because I'm not sure leaving the status quo is going to help us get anywhere where we need to during winter.
Yeah, we would agree that status quo leaves impact to be desired, and so.
So we need to change something to make sure that the crews can do a better job in the winter on the local streets.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's just, I wanted to ask that. I feel like we need to start stepping in a different direction. The fine is one piece, but like the car needs to be off the street. It's not working. So, okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you for this report. I also appreciate the point in the report around, the strategy has constantly seen change every year, and we're willing to give it time to implement and evaluate its effectiveness. And I do hear from residents that snow clearing is improving every year, and I think based on the comments, we can really start to hone in where do we really need to kind of refine. And this past winter, I think we all overwhelmingly heard a lot about tow and enforcement. So I want to acknowledge that first off. Just wanted to follow up on the data piece. So when we say low compliance, we get that data, as you said, through, like, we know what neighborhood, what streets gets more tickets, for example. Like, we can geotag it.
Correct. We track the number of vehicles based off of the road maintenance areas, and so we can use that to inform for future years in terms of where we're going to go for enforcement.
Have you ever shared that data with council, even just through memos?
We have not. We just started capturing it after the first season in 2022-23, after we had heard that information would be helpful.
Yeah, because I would love to know, like in my ward, where is some of the hotspots, right? And for option 2, it's $100,000 more, but it's more citywide, and you'll do as much as you can. Or would you consider like a hotspot blitz approach to look at the map of where the low compliance is, blitz out for a week, and then get that under control, and then kind of move to the next hotspot?
Option 2 would be the same enforcement steps that we're taking currently, only with the addition of tow services being called in those lower compliance neighborhoods.
But would you consider tactics like, I'm thinking hotspot policing, right, and trying to kind of get at some of the more challenging areas. Do we do that now? Or if we do, maybe I just didn't understand the approach.
Yeah, we follow the lead of our city operations folks. Like there is a plan in place where they are looking to blade, and so we come up right behind them. Yeah. So we work with them. We try to be as strategic as possible to ensure that our collective efforts are having the impact to ensure that roadways are clear and people can get moving in the city.
I guess, okay.
Councillor Tang, to add to that,
Sure.
I have tech back. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Not rare. It's rare that people can't hear me. So the one piece that we do know is that just from institutional knowledge of the operations, our staff know where some of those low compliance areas are. So high density living, around school zones, multiplexes, we know that. And that's where that integration with community services is really key, and working closely with them based on that institutional knowledge.
Yeah, some of the ideas I've heard from residents, like, can we just get like a 1 week dedicated particular roads that's most problematic, for example, so that we're not spreading it too thin by going. Anyways, so I'll just put that out there because I think it's a worthy idea. And then when we do tow folks, like 55,000, I think that was a number in the report. Yeah.
That's what we paid for the first year of tow services.
For the first
yeah.
year, for the number of tows, it's about 130 per tow.
Correct.
But we don't know how many, do we know how many of those are like nearby, so it's not like to help reduce the cost? Or I guess it's only one tow, one car per tow, so you can't really save money on that. Do we not bill the owners?
No, we don't.
Although-
We tow the vehicle to the nearest street.
Why not? Because we ticket and tow in other circumstances, and we always bill because it gets taken to the impound, and they have to pay to get back.
Correct. Yeah, we would need to be able to meet with the registered owner, and that would require them being towed to the impound lot, where they would pay the tow fee and the storage fee at that point.
So if you're just towing it to a different street,
There's no mechanism.
no mechanism.
Correct.
You can't just put another ticket. Maybe it's not the full 250 impound fee. I guess it's a different category. I guess how can we recover some of this cost, which is really at owner's fault, right?
Yeah, the only options to recover costs at this time would be to seize the vehicle and impound them to the city's storage lot,
and
where
we-
they would pay the
okay.
tow fee, or we could use a contracted tow provider who would then also impound the vehicle, but to their own storage facility.
Right. And there's no mechanism out there for us to add that. Okay. I'm wondering, can we make, okay, you know what? I will just stop brainstorming on the spot. Thank you.
So we are at noon, and I see some more questions on the board, and I think there's still some more work to do, so we will recess now and be back at 1:30. And committee members, to make sure we have quorum, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
And then just again checking, I know Councillor Rice was on the board next for questions, so just see if Councillor Rice, I'm not seeing Councillor Rice here yet. I don't see Mayor Sohi either. So it looks like we'll see who joins us in a little bit. Do we have that list? Because there was a couple, I thought there was a few, was it just Councillor Rice that was on the board for questions before we broke for lunch? Yes? Okay. I mean, I have some more questions to ask too. I'll go next for a second round. When we looked at when I looked at the jurisdictional scan, I saw, you know, a significant, I love that we have a jurisdictional scan broader than just Alberta, but I do like to look more so to Calgary just as the most parallel comparator. And they have 74 bylaw officers and 7 peace officers that provide parking enforcement. That seems very disproportionate. How did we historically get so disproportionately different? Like we have 5, right?
We would have the same amount of parking enforcement officers through our contracted parking services. So we have about 75. Specific to this, we are using municipal enforcement officers to do parking ban enforcement right now.
So wait. Because in the report it says specifically that there are 5 plus. But we do contract out. So that's not all that Edmontonians are seeing around the city then in terms of enforcement.
Correct. The contracted parking enforcement services provides all city parking bylaw enforcement, with the exception of parking ban and any violations that a peace officer or a bylaw officer might come across.
Okay, with the exception of the parking ban.
Correct.
So the contracted services do not do parking bans.
They did this summer, this spring, they did support spring sweep. Historically, they did provide support prior to 2022 with winter parking bans, but due to the call volume, they respond to about 65,000 calls for service each year. They were unable to maintain that service and provide parking ban enforcement service with their existing resources.
And probably competing priorities from other municipalities that may also want their services, potentially.
Correct.
We don't know, but, okay, so so is the disparity between Calgary and Edmonton with the number of bylaw officers just the model, or is there actually a disparity in our enforcement comparative to Calgary from the analysis that you did, the jurisdictional scan?
It would be the model and how we operate right now. So currently within municipal enforcement services and parking enforcement contract, there were not enough resources to do parking ban. So that is why we had moved to the model of 5 dedicated officers, which also allowed us the ability to do proactive snow and walk enforcement in addition to parking ban.
And so when were those officers added?
In 2022. And so with your parking enforcement services contract, they wouldn't have the ability to provide other bylaw enforcement support outside of parking.
These 5?
The 75 from the contract.
Outside of parking, but they could do.
The 5 are able to enforce any city or with the City of Edmonton bylaws, community standards bylaws, such as snow and walk.
Yeah.
But our contracted parking enforcement services only do parking.
They only do parking.
Correct.
And so how many are out on a given day doing parking enforcement?
Upwards of 10 a day.
Okay. And we didn't do, like, I'm in reading the report, we historically until this year did not do spring sweep. enforcement, parking ban enforcement?
We provided that service last spring using the municipal
So
enforcement officers.
2024 and 2025?
Correct.
And did we do it again in 2025?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not sustainable.
We don't have budget right now to provide that service, so we have to pause other work to make that happen. And this season, city operations helped support that, funded that.
How many other of our enforcement pieces are contracted out? Beyond parking? Or is it only parking that's is contracted?
I believe it's only parking that's contracted out.
Yeah, for the rest of our branch, it's just parking.
Okay. Okay. And if we were wanting to go ahead with one of the other options, I'm guessing the preference, even though it's always hard with the timing of these things, would be an unfunded package for fall debate, correct?
Yes, that would be the ideal time to bring budget requests forward.
Yeah, even though it would be kind of midway, we'd already have started the winter.
Yes,
It's not ideal that way, but it's the most for prioritizing everything at once.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I do have a very quick question regarding the signage and for the parking ban. So I heard many people ask me the question about the signage location change when the parking ban to be implemented. So some residents in the neighborhood say, and they're not, the signage is not visible, and then because the city changed the location for the signage compared to usually and how city puts the signage. So can you comment on that, provide a little bit more information why this location changed? Because as the location changed, the residents get more tickets and from parking ban.
I'm going to ask our colleagues in PARS to be able to respond to how they decide and how they communicate where these bans will be.
So Councillor Rice, it's Caitlin Zarabesky from Parks and Road Services. So the signage is installed at the front of every entrance to neighborhoods, as well as if there is seasonal parking bans along specific snow routes. Those are posted year round, as well as referencing the bylaw that would be in effect that restricts the parking. The other thing to note is through jurisdictional scans, City of Edmonton is and does the largest amount of public communication with regards to parking bans. Those are things through the text, the subscribe to text service, through website communication, social media, ETS buses, signage at the front of each one of the neighborhoods, signage along restricted parking routes, seasonal routes, sorry, I should say, and also through public communications through BSAs as well as media.
Thank you for that answer. So I think the question is more related to, and recently when the city did the spring sweep, and there's some signage and residents provided feedback says they did not see the signage as usual. Like when city did this type of work, and in the past years, and they have very significant, easy, like visible signage, but this time they did not have that type of signage, and then many people missed that opportunity to remove their cars. So that's the question come from. So it's not about the seasonal parking or non-parking, and it's about the temporary signage to say we will do this street, we will clean that street. So what is the city's approach to change the signage location or locate the signage? Is there any opportunity could improve that visibility and for the public to prepare, remove their cars?
So, Councillor Rice, I'll provide some historical context, and if Mark Bear's available, he can jump in to see if to add anything I've missed. But there have been no changes to the specific locations we put the temporary signage. There have been improvements in terms of what we have done on the signs and making them more visible. Those are things such as color changes, different types of graphics to make them more visible, and those were done over the last couple of years. But there have been no reductions or changes in the location of that signage going into those areas. What we experienced this year with spring sweep is because there's 230% more material on the roadways. Some of the the areas were taking longer to sweep or took multiple passes in order to sweep those areas. So folks were having to potentially move their car a few days after those signages were posted. But keep in mind as well that when those signages go in, it's for the week of, not for a specific day.
Yeah, so that is very interesting. And because the specific question I heard and in the neighborhoods, they said you city put signage here, but this year they did not put signage here. They moved the signage to the different location, and even like the residents were not aware of, and the clean work is coming. So that is a question come up.
So Councillor Rice, to add, I guess, just from some statistics perspective, this year we put out 2,543 signs in order to notify, comparative to about 1,000 from years before. So we've seen about a 200% increase in the amount of signage we put out.
That's good to know that. And then, but how to make sure the residents feel the way they still can see the signage. So my hope is there is no such question will come out in our city, put so many signage, and the question come out is very clear. The signage is not here, but they were here last year, but not this year. So that is why those people missed the opportunity. So I just want to bring that feedback and to your team, but happy to hear and the city improve the signage. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. And I think as well that there is shared responsibility with Edmontonians in being aware of what's happening in their area and through those various ways of communication, and being able to also have some ownership in moving their vehicles so we can provide service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So I'm just wondering here, Councillor Rutherford was asking about the contracted enforcement people. But I'm trying to look through the port report and see where the data is to show that all these efforts, whether it be signage, whether it be towing, whether it be enforcement, are we seeing any results from any of it?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Councillor Wright. In terms of results, I mean, really all we're reporting is the enforcement data. Difficult to determine the level of compliance, again, just because we don't monitor or track the number of vehicles parked on the street at any given time. The only information we can share is the enforcement activity that has taken place after the parking ban.
Okay, so some of the options do include additional towing or funds for additional towing. So we don't have any evidence that having towed people has improved compliance.
Correct.
But we do know that when we tow, if the hope is to create a street in which our city operations teams can effectively do their job, then that is also, I think, part of the success story that we would like to see.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure, yeah, it'd be nice to make their jobs easier as well and get those streets cleared as soon as possible. But has enforcement worked? Like, have we seen a decline in number of 311 complaints or operator observations?
It's difficult to determine over the last couple of seasons just because the work is very seasonal based. When we compare this year to last year, we had a significant more amount of snowfall this year, which then resulted in additional parking bans. I believe last year we only had 2, and this year we had 4. So that changes the ticketing rate.
Okay, so those temporary enforcement officers are just called in during the ban, or are they called in sort of to be on call all winter season long in case there is a ban?
No, they are hired from November to April each year, and they work full-time hours. When no parking ban is declared, their primary role is to do proactive snow on walk enforcement. And if it's an exceptionally dry year, then we would have them do business license enforcement.
Oh, I thought I heard in response to Councillor Rutherford that they just do parking.
That would be the contracted parking services that just does parking.
Okay, so we have temporary enforcement officers from November to April, and then we also have the contracted ones.
Correct, and the contracted ones, that's the complement of about 75 officers that work year-round, specifically for calls for service per parking violations, and e-park zones.
Okay, but they only do parking.
Correct.
So why do we have that many contracted out? Why don't we have them permanent?
I'm guessing it would be a budget issue, just in terms of how much it costs to employ that many enforcement officers, as well as equip them with fleet vehicles.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if we can get people to do more, even though there's less of them, would there be any benefit of that?
Currently, both the municipal enforcement team and the contracted parking enforcement team are at capacity with respect for calls for service. So as I mentioned previously, for the parking contract, they do respond to about 65,000 calls for service every year, in addition to all e-park zone enforcement. In comparison, we do have a complement of about 21 bylaw enforcement officers, not including the 5, who do about 30,000 calls for service each year. And so the 5 dedicated are really strictly for parking ban and proactive snow on walk.
Okay, and then just quickly on the towing, there's a labor shortage of tow operators?
In the year that we did provide towing service, that was what we heard back from the 2 contracted providers in terms of capacity, is that they didn't have the available staffing, and there was equipment issues during major snow events, as well as the competing priorities from the public when they were in need of tow service. They would oftentimes make parking ban secondary.
Okay, so even if we provide more funding for towing, we might not get it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So, can I get some insight into, I guess, what work is already underway to look at enforcement more broadly? I understand there was a motion a while back around traffic enforcement, for example. I'm just thinking of all the buckets of enforcement, and want to be able to take a step back to better understand what that looks like more holistically, because I have similar questions around, are there opportunities to bring more enforcement online in a permanent capacity and sort of rebalance the composition of contracted versus permanent enforcement officers, and opportunities to make use of seasonality in a slightly different way.
We can provide that information by memo. It's been a year and a bit since we provided that to council, so we can provide an update.
Okay, and would that include sort of bylaw, both contracted and permanent?
Yeah, we sure can.
Okay, great. I think that's a really important piece of this conversation. What would it look like to rebalance the number of contracted services to permanent enforcement officers? Is that something that...
I'll jump in on that one. Just I know the city of Calgary went through this a couple of years ago, and they've brought their parking services in house, which is why you're seeing some numbers differently. That won't be something that we would present to you in a memo. That's quite a bit of work in us to do sort of the return on investment and all of those pieces. Certainly it's something that we're always looking at. We're always looking at sort of the call demand that we have across the board as a branch and how we could do things differently, what work the municipal enforcement officers can take on, what work the peace officers are taking on, and how we're aligning all of that. And I'd say that's something that as good managers, we're always sitting down at the table and trying to discuss, like, where are we seeing the biggest pull, where are we not being able to meet those needs, and what do we need to do differently. Certainly we've had lots of conversations over the last 4 years about where we need more officers, where and the highest critical need, and whether we can move some from other places. So just something that we're always trying to align.
Right, and I appreciate that that's sort of a constant ongoing consideration on the administrative side. When was the last time there was a council conversation about the opportunities to look at in-house?
I don't know about that. I can't remember if that was part of the sort of the optimal enforcement for proactivity report or not. I would have to go back to that one, but certainly, as Jen mentioned, about a year and a half ago, we had that optimal enforcement numbers that we presented to council. Maybe it was committee. It was committee.
Right. Okay. I'm going to sit with that for a second. I know there's other folks on the board. I'm going to ask a very different question I just didn't get an answer to earlier, just around the duration of time that signage is out in communities, and if there's opportunities to look at sort of tightening up that window. I know I heard feedback that if that window is a little bit longer, there can be confusion as to whether or not our crews have been through the neighborhood, and that can lead to compliance challenges as well. I know, Caitlin, you had attempted to answer that and your mic wasn't quite working previously.
Do you want me to answer that now, Councilor
That'd be
Salvador?
awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Apologize for the tech issues earlier. So the signage that gets put out is for the week of. So when we're going through each one of the neighborhoods, we really want to give an indication of when we're going to be in that neighborhood and potentially for the duration. Appreciating that we're not always there on day one. So if we say we're going to be there June 16th to the 20th, might not necessarily be there on June 16th, but we are within that date frame. One of the big pieces is, especially in the winter time, is signing up for the notifications, but also looking at the plow map to be able to see where the progress is and where the teams are going. That plow map complements the signage that goes out for that duration of time that folks will be in that area. The plow map will give more specifics based on completion rate, as well as what the teams have been done or where they'll be going next.
And are we meeting that 1 week window?
Yes,
Yeah.
we had some exceptions in spring sweep. So to be fully transparent, 230% more material on the roadway.
Right.
We were delayed by a few days through spring sweep, but we were regularly communicating that we were behind on those ones. And subsequently, we were adjusting signage as we needed as things started to domino.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I think we're maybe working on some potential motions, but just a few other sort of just some of those operational refinements. So, something I'm contemplating, the city has recently gone through with our waste utility some really detailed work with all the multifamily buildings that in terms of the 3-stream waste management. I'm just wondering if we could potentially leverage those connections to help with some of the communications. I'm just thinking about apartment buildings and condo buildings that maybe have resident discussion boards or genie pads, things like that. Is that something we could potentially leverage in the lower compliance areas to help get the word out?
I will pass this back over to Caitlin.
Thanks, Jen. So we already work closely, Councillor Stevenson, with a lot of the community leagues and the NRCs for those areas. And that would be encouraging folks to sign up for tech subscription for any type of notifications related to parking bans, snow and ice clearing, or spring sweep, as well as sharing out some of the toolkits. And we can continue to do so. And if there are key specific contacts within those areas, we can absolutely leverage the community league and some of the NRCs in those areas for sure.
Well, I think it would be the individual buildings. I think this is just getting to the challenge of the higher density areas and recognizing that they have lower compliance. Just trying to think of some tools that, again, we've sort of already compiled on that building by building basis as a city, and whether we could leverage that moving forward.
Yeah, we can always take that away and engage with our waste partners to see if there's some key contacts for those areas and see if we can leverage those to go forward. But I would say as well, like Edmontonians do need to be and are aware of a lot of the communication tools. So there is a shared responsibility on that piece too.
Yeah, certainly appreciate that. And then have we ever explored, and if we have, that's fine, but explored the potential of doing streets one day, avenues the other, just so that people have a place that they can shift to that's still nearby but doesn't obstruct?
So that's something that we're actively looking at internally. And in the report, we had talked about that we're looking at different operational ways to be able to allow enforcement a bit more of a streamlined approach to it and allowing people to move vehicles. So those are things that we're continually looking at and incorporating into our route planning, but also trying to see what we can do a little bit differently operationally. The thing we need to balance with that is as we change operations, we change public public expectations. So we just need to balance those components out. But I can commit that we are continually looking at how we deploy services, how we maintain those services, and then ultimately how effective we are in them.
Great, really appreciate it. And then just finally, something that strikes me, so the spring parking ban lasted for 27 days, which is quite a bit longer than the winter parking bans. I was just wondering if we've considered doing the spring parking bans on sort of a quadrant basis even, so that it's maybe only a week per the 4 quadrants of the city.
So I'll start and I'll turn it over to Mark Beer on that one. But the big piece of the consideration for operations on that ban is that with 12,000 kilometers of roadway and different components of it, we need to be able to make sure that we have the operational crews to be able to address it. One of the big pieces is that while the ban was 27 days, each area was only banned for a specific week. So while it appears that it was citywide for 27 days, there is some leapfrogging of area already, and we operate as it is today out of 5 districts. So those crews are already independently working within those 5 areas to deploy those services.
Yeah, and I can add a little bit more into that. So it is prioritized by district, and the maps are updated accordingly. And as far as the spring sweep ban goes, that ban is only in effect during the daytime from 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. So residents are still free to park their vehicles overnight in front of their homes. It's only during the day that we're doing that sweeping, and we don't sweep on weekends. That's due to the operational necessities of maintenance on our sweepers, and we can't deploy them the same way in a 24/7 capacity that we do with our plows. So it requires a little bit more downtime. So that is a nuance with spring sweep that causes it to take longer, but it is still done in that 1 week period. We put the signage out, the notifications out, spring sweep occurring week of 16 June, and then it will happen in your residential neighborhood during that week. And we just ask that you don't park your vehicle out front of your home between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday.
Great, very helpful, and appreciate the reminder of the shared responsibility that Edmontonians have to loop into this information. I do have a motion, but I probably have to come for another round.
We have nobody else on the board. Take it away, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So the motion I think I'm moving, and I can restate it if we need to, is that administration implement option 2 as outlined in the June 16th, 2025 Community Services Report, CSO 2945, with funding from council contingency in 2025, and return with a funded service package as part of the supplementary operating budget deliberations in the fall-ish.
Okay, thank you. We'll just wait to see that motion up on the board.
Just working on it for a moment.
I could.
Yeah, I just want to make sure before you introduce that it is in order to do the funded.
I should preface that with that committee recommend to City Council that.
Yeah. Okay, that's more in order. Thank you. Please go ahead and introduce.
Yeah, very briefly, I think, again, really appreciate the options that were brought forward to council. That was really helpful to committee, I suppose. I found it very helpful to tease out what is available to us. Ultimately, for me, I think that the objectives we have, the key objective is that we're able to clear the streets, whether that's in the spring or the winter time. I have some reluctance around relying too heavily on only tickets because I don't think that they help us achieve the desired outcome, which is being able to do the work. So what I like about option 2 is that we have some expanded opportunity to do some more towing, which helps operationally. And I think others may have other motions potentially, but happy to hear those. But that's the intent. Option 2, funding it this year with council contingency and then returning in the fall to consider, or as a funded service package moving forward. And to be clear, that's $100,000 delta that we're discussing.
Yeah, so I was just gonna make a friendly amendment to say funding of $100,000 on a one-time basis from council contingency, just to make it really explicit.
That's very clear. Yep, I like that.
No other concerns on that friendly amendment from the assembly? Okay, can we, and you got that, clerk? Perfect. Okay. Any questions? We'll focus on the amendment on the floor. Any, or not amendment, the motion on the floor. Any questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, anyone to speak to this motion? I'm not seeing anyone in chambers here wanting to, but I'd just give them another second in case somebody not on committee wanted to speak to this.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty typing to get on. Can I speak?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, you may. Please go ahead, Councillor Knapp.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Sorry I couldn't click on. Just wanted to say thanks for putting the motion on the floor. I think we need to try this. It's, you know, through all the questions, I realized that we're still at a very imperfect state right now for our winter snow clearing, spring sweeping, and I know that there are a lot of cities that have managed to do this more to allow their crews to more readily clear the streets in a more timely fashion. This is definitely not going to solve where we need to be. You know, obviously the report talks about going up to the option 4, which is, I think, the ideal end state. But at least if we do it this way, it can give us a bit of a better sense of how we can get to that point, what the results would be, and move us in the right direction to help out with our crews. So I just want to say thanks to the committee for putting that on the floor. I think it's the right action for a city that desperately needs to enhance the service during the winter, and one of the best ways to do that is to really lean into getting those cars off the street. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll just speak briefly. I appreciate it. I actually didn't love any of the options, not because they're not great options. I just think it's, I can see how, you know, just continually changing this programming and year over year over year hasn't helped with communication, hasn't helped with consistency, and I think that what is in the report speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, consistency is clear, education is clear, and we need to allow for these programs to have a bit of lag time indicators come back, so we actually know what we're dealing with. I will have a subsequent motion to this though today about the fine amounts. And I think we are disproportionate with other municipalities. I think if we are going to be more consistent with enforcement, then we also need to be more in line with other municipalities in terms of the fine structure with that. So I just wanted to give a heads up to my colleagues that I'll have a subsequent that will help us be more in line while also still continuing to be consistent with our enforcement practices going forward. Thank you, and thank you to administration for this comprehensive report as always. Oh, and then the last thing I'll say is I do think there needs to be a bigger conversation, and I don't know if that happens as a part of the results-based budgeting discussion or a motion that might be brought forward at another time. But I think we just did it with transit, with the commissionaires going to peace officers, and I think as great it is that we have that contingency of people doing parking, maybe it is less permanent full-time peace officers, but if those peace officers can be going from noisy vehicles to parking bans to various things, and there's a little bit more flexibility and nimbleness, I do think that is worth a conversation in the near future. And I said, doesn't matter to me if it ends up happening with the results-based budgeting discussion or its own motion, but I do think that's shored up to me a conversation that we should be having. Thank you. And I will go to Councillor Stevenson to close. Nothing further. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And then I will read in my subsequent motion. I'm just pulling it up here, apologize. That administration bring forward amendments to bylaw 5590 to specific to parking ban violations to reduce fine amounts from $250 to $150 and offer early payment alternatives to a $100 fine if paid within 7 days of the ticket being issued. And then I'll just quickly introduce, I think I've been clear. I also really liked the early payments, because I think one of the things that we're losing is so many people that maybe are challenging the ticket or it's going through that process. So giving people a bit of an incentive too to pay their tickets quickly and get those off the books in all ways is something I saw other municipalities have, and I thought was something that would be good to replicate here as well. And I'm much more of a carrot than a stick person, so I think giving that incentive where the fine can be lowered if you pay it within that time, and lesson learned, then you get that notification app installed and you're good to go for next time. So that's ultimately the way we get to compliance. Happy to answer any questions. Yep, go for it. Councillor Stevenson?
When we issue tickets, are we able to include information about signing up for the notices?
With our municipal tickets, those are used for a variety of infractions, not just for parking ban. An option might be to include an additional leaflet or pamphlet on the vehicle at the same time that the ticket's issued. I just don't think we could change the
Actual ticket. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but that might be something, just stapling on the next time, because I think it's a good point about if we want the tickets to have an impact, giving people the tools that they need to avoid it in the future would be really helpful. Which isn't really a question, maybe, I guess it was a question, but now I'm speaking to it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the answer, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I just want to say that's an excellent suggestion, and we've done the same thing with snow and ice that we have on our door hangers now, where we are friendlier and more helpful and pointing to things of how they can avoid this in the future. So we're moving in that direction, but it's an excellent consideration that we can add extra to our tickets, like add a smile.
Well, and that was my, and because I know you asked to the mover too. I think this is what I was referencing about. We need to be continually improving the communications and consistently enforcing. And I think between those two, we'll see more compliance in the long run. But we need to not continually change the programming every year to be able to have that consistency. Is the moral of the story. That's it. Any other questions from any of my council colleagues online or committee members? Okay. Anyone to speak to this? Yep, nope, go ahead. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, just very briefly, really appreciate this being brought forward and fully support it. I think there's a reasonableness component here, and I did hear concerns from folks just around, multi-person households potentially getting caught who desire to do the right thing and want to be able to reflect that in the way that we're approaching this. So I think this is there's sort of an educational component baked into this with the fine reduction for early payment and swift payment. So I really appreciate that piece, and also like that it's in line with what other jurisdictions are doing. I thought it was great that there's a comprehensive jurisdictional scan included in this report so that we can compare what we're doing with other cities, and knowing that is kind of what seems to be a standard practice and best practice elsewhere, something that we should be doing as well. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Great. Anyone else to speak? I would just, acknowledge that, again, I just talked about consistency, and I know that this fine amount was just changed, as per the report in 2022, so under the purview of this council. And I think at the time, everyone was well-intentioned of wanting to do anything they could to try to get compliance, because we knew it was a challenge. I think we were more aggressive with enforcement, and we increased the fine simultaneously, and I think that was a little bit too much, too fast. I definitely cautioned that at the time, but I think that for me anyway, I've heard a resoundingness from my constituency and the people that I represent about how hard it was, and I wish that there had been at least a GBA plus lens that had been put on that decision before it had come. And this isn't administration, because it was council driven. So, but I think that this is how important, when we play with fines, we do need to think about a GBA plus lens. I even just think about this winter when I had some seniors that were like, well, we just haven't been out of our house in the last 48 hours. We didn't know the parking ban, and now we have two cars that have $250, we have $500, and we're on a fixed income. Or I've had people that were refugees, newcomers to Canada, don't speak English, that we're not aware. And so it's not just people that are willfully not wanting to comply, to Councillor Salvador's point. And so I think this strikes the balance between showing that it is still really important from a service quality delivery perspective that people move their cars and pay attention to and comply with the parking ban, but in a way that isn't erring on the side of punitive. So I hope my colleagues, when this comes to council as an amendment to the bylaw, will also support this. Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes, and that is carried. And that is all for our public reports. There are no responses to council inquiries. Private reports, there are none. And motions pending, none. And any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.